So before we get going, Dawn, can you just identify who's with you, and I'll get Kelsey to do the same thing?
Sure, sir. It's Donald Wilson and Max McLeod from DLA Piper. And sitting beside me is the interim Chief Administrative Officer of the Brazeau County, Sean McCary.
Okay, thank you. And Kelsey?
Yes, sir. So Kelsey Becker Brooks here, and I have Bethany Schatz, who is one of the associates in our office. I have Annette Drayton, who is she's a special projects person who is still with the county in that role. Sorry, with the town in that role. Then I have Robert Osmond, who is the CAO for the town.
Okay, thank you. And I see we have a few other people on the Zoom call. Is it Olenek?
So, sir, I can tell that Mr. Olenek, Ms. Thompson, and Ms. Tiffin would all be witnesses that the town is going to call. So pending your decision with respect to the exclusion of witnesses, then that will determine if they stay on or not.
Okay, thank you. And I have with me as well, Kelty Lanyi Bennett, who is an Parkland student sitting in as a learning experience. Learning from you, not from me. So are we ready to proceed?
The town's ready, sir.
All right, well, I'd like to call this hearing to order. As you know, this is a hearing in an arbitration between the town of Drayton Valley and Brazeau County, and it's pursuant to Part 17.2 of the Municipal Government Act. My name is Bob McBain, and I'm the arbitrator appointed to hear this matter. I will be presiding over the proceedings. The parties are represented by legal counsel. The town of Drayton Valley is represented by Kelsey Becker Brooks and Bethany Schatz of Reynolds Mirth, and is being assisted by others in her office. Brazeau County is represented by Don Wilson and Max McLeod of DLA Piper, and they will be assisted as well, I'm sure. As mentioned, this arbitration is taking place pursuant to Part 17.2 of the Municipal Government Act, and that part requires that the municipalities that have common boundaries, such as the town and the county, must create an intermunicipal collaboration framework, also known as an ICF. If they are not able to agree on that framework or create that framework within the required time, the matter is referred to an arbitrator. That is what has happened here. Pursuant to the legislative framework in the Municipal Government Act, as the arbitrator, I must make an award that resolves the issues that are in dispute between the parties. The Municipal Government Act also provides that for this arbitration hearing, the Arbitration Act applies. Pursuant to that act, as arbitrator, I have the duty to treat the parties equally and fairly, and to provide each party with an opportunity to present their evidence and respond to the other's evidence. Pursuant to that act, the arbitrator is not bound by the rules of evidence and has the power to determine the admissibility, relevance, and the weight of any evidence. There's been a number of steps leading to the hearing. I was appointed by a ministerial order dated June 3rd. Since that date, commencing on July 8th, I've had a series of organizational video conferences with council, and I've issued a number of pre-hearing orders, and there's been a number of pre-hearing agreements between council. Those have generally dealt with defining the issues, exchanging documents, providing written submissions, and matters such as that. This hearing is scheduled for 5 days, namely December 13th through 17th, 2021. Initially, it had been hoped that the hearing would be conducted in person, but because of ongoing concerns related to COVID and other matters, the decision was relatively recently made to have the hearing conducted virtually via Zoom. In addition, I understand that the hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. Through discussions with council, we've essentially agreed that we will sit from 9:30 to 4:30 with an hour break for lunch, probably around 12:30. Obviously, we may need some flexibility with respect to that, depending on where we're at with various witnesses. The proceedings are also being transcribed by court reporter, and I see it's Colleen Ray. Is that correct? Thank you. One thing I wasn't clear about, Colleen, is have arrangements been made for daily transcripts? Do you know?
No, my understanding was that we would be advised if they were needed at all.
Okay, Kelsey and Don, do you have any thoughts about getting draft transcripts on a daily basis?
If you feel the need for a transcript, I'm sure my client would pay 1/2 of the cost to get a daily transcript.
But I take it council had not thought that they were necessary.
We had not planned on getting daily transcripts having regard to the cost. Sorry,
Okay.
Colleen.
Kelsey, you're on the same page?
Yes, we hadn't discussed it, and I don't know if they're necessary given the cost of that.
Okay, then that's fine. We won't, we'll just leave it as is. I just thought I wasn't sure. It'll just impact how much I actually try to write down as we go, I guess. Now, I know that the parties have recently agreed upon an agreed book of exhibits and an agreed statement of facts. I understand that both parties plan brief opening statements. The county has also brought an application or is bringing an application to exclude witnesses prior to their testimony. Following that, the town will then call its first witness. Now, council, how did you wish to proceed with respect to the county's application to exclude a witness? I acknowledge receipt, and I want to thank you each for your written submissions that you made to me over the weekend, which I have reviewed. Do either of you wish to make any additional submissions at this time?
I do, sir, and it's with respect to my learned friend's repeated suggestion that we're dealing with a difference in kind with respect to what this arbitration is. And I believe her letter makes reference to collaboration. What we have here is, unfortunately, a breakdown in the collaborative system. ICFs have been agreed to all across the province, and it's my understanding, and my friend can correct me if I'm wrong, that there were only 8 matters that proceeded to arbitration in the province. And with respect, and hopefully this will be fleshed out a little more when we get to my opening statement, the parties genuinely agree to disagree. And with respect, it would be my submission to you that evidence is not a collaborative stew where everybody throws in vegetables and meats and etc. It is your knowledge, your evidence, what you saw, what meeting you participated in, what you heard said, and what you said at the meeting. It is not a team of evidence that's assembled and is effectively a patchwork quilt. And with respect, and I said this, I believe last week, the arbitration process and the exclusion of witnesses is commonplace. It's dealt with consistently in a variety of applications. And I think the leading case is relatively recent, is Mr. Justice Lemma. And with respect, you should have the benefit of each witness's testimony and that witness alone. It's not a matter of filling in the blanks. It's not a matter of someone agreeing with evidence that they've already heard. And I wish to point out, my client is going last. My client's witnesses will, if an exclusion order is granted, will not be listening to the evidence. So with respect, the greater detriment would be to the county of Brazeau, not to the town of Drayton Valley. And I would reiterate the points raised in my written submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Becker-Brooks?
Thank you, sir. I really don't have a lot to add to my written submissions. I think I set out the town's position in there relatively clearly. The only thing that I would say is that if my submissions were understood to be that the evidence goes in a collaborative way, that's not what I was suggesting. What I was suggesting, sir, is that I think it's important in these circumstances to remember that these parties need to work together for the term of the ICF agreement that you impose upon them and indefinitely thereafter, because they're going to be neighbors for a long time. And one of the fundamental purposes of municipalities and obligations of councillors is to work collaboratively. I think that anything that we can do in this process, which is unfortunate, they couldn't reach an agreement and we had to come to arbitration. But anything that we can do in this process which assists and promotes that collaborative approach going forward, I think is one that we should consider. But otherwise, sir, I did point out my reasons in there. I also pointed out, and maybe I'll just draw attention to this, that both the Whitecourt and Woodlands ICF arbitration and the Peace River and MD of Peace arbitrations, on both of those, there was no exclusion of witnesses.
And not that it particularly matters, but do you know if there was an application considered on those matters?
I don't believe so, sir. I think the parties agreed.
Okay. Thank you. Well, if there's no further submissions, I'll render my decision on that. First of all, I want to thank both counsel for very cogent and quite frankly persuasive reasons or submissions on short notice. I received one on Saturday and one on Sunday, and I've reviewed them all. I mean, clearly I have jurisdiction to make an order, and clearly the order is discretionary. And like most discretionary orders, I need to weigh the potential harms of making the order against the potential benefits of making the order. And I certainly do agree with the town's wish that this process be as collaborative as possible. However, I think the reality is that this is an arbitration, and I take Mr. Wilson's point that in an arbitration, unfortunately, it's not, while it's not exactly like a trial, there will be many trial-like aspects to it. And so when I balance, I guess, the potential harms of the order, which, as I understand Ms. Becker-Brooks to be saying, is that it could negatively impact the relationship between the county and the town in the future. When I balance that against the potential risk, although it may only be a theoretical risk that parties could tailor their evidence, when I balance those two things, I think I have to come down on the side of granting the order. So I am prepared to issue an order excluding the witnesses. And so I would be prepared to order that any witness, the order will exclude any witness from attending the hearing in person or watching the hearing online or via live feed, or discussing the evidence given by any witness at the hearing prior to that witness completing their testimony. And as pointed out in...
Can you let Councillor Heimer?
Obviously, sir, the instructing party is exempted from your order, correct?
Yes, I was just about to go there.
Okay, sorry.
The foregoing does not prevent one representative from each party to attend the proceedings throughout for the purpose of instructing counsel, notwithstanding their role as witness. Is that order sufficiently clear for everyone?
It is from our perspective, sir.
It is from ours as well, sir. So it means that Mr. Olenek, Ms. Thompson and Ms. Tiffin should leave this meeting. And we have sent an email then to all of the witnesses for the town indicating that we will contact them when their time comes up, but they shouldn't be watching the YouTube or entering this Zoom call, of course, until then. And Mr. Osmond isn't being called as witness, so he is here, and that's fine. And Ms. Drayton is the first witness, so that should be fine for her to be here as well, and then she will continue after that.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I understand that the parties,
Sir, I want to put on the record, Mr. Chambers and Mr. Swap and Councilman Heinrich, if they're on the feed now, they should leave. And as directed, not discuss our evidence with anyone who's watching the feed until called.
or not discuss the evidence of any previous witness.
Absolutely.
Okay, do we want to proceed with opening statements?
We're ready, sir. What order would you like this in?
Doesn't matter to me. I'm in your hands. Do you want to have Mr. Wilson go first?
I'm fine either way. Do you have a preference, Dawn?
I generally think the person who goes first would do the opening statement, but quite frankly, if you want, I can start.
It was your plan both to make opening statements before the commencement of either case, though, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, then I'm totally easy. Kelsey, why don't you go first just to get the ball rolling?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Section 708 of 0.28 of the Municipal Government Act. Obviously, you covered this, officer, in your introduction to the arbitration today, but it's the section of the Municipal Government Act that requires all municipalities that are not part of a growth management board, but that share a common boundary to prepare and approve an ICF, which is an intermunicipal collaboration framework with their neighbor. And an ICF is intended to be a tool which is committed to by both parties. It's both an agreement and adopted by bylaw, which is intended to facilitate and encourage cooperation and cost sharing between neighboring municipalities. And the reason for that is to ensure that municipal services are provided to residents of both municipalities as efficiently as possible. The town and the county obviously are municipalities that have a common border, and they're therefore required to create an ICF. The town's position that it's a truly collaborative approach to planning, delivering, and funding intermunicipal services must recognize both the mutual benefit of those services to neighboring municipalities, but also the accompanying expense of providing those regional services. As the town and the county were unable to agree on an ICF by the extended date of April 1st, 2021, they were directed to arbitration by the Minister of Municipal Affairs for the purpose of you generating an ICF addressing those services. The town's position with respect to these intermunicipal services that will be discussed, that cost sharing should be grounded in the use of and access to those services, that is a fair measure of benefit to the residents of the county. Now, this was set out in our written submissions, but with respect to the recreation and culture facilities that were identified therein and that we were able to do a tour of on Friday, it's the town's position that the county's contribution to the operating shortfall should be 50% of the operating shortfall. This number represents the historical approach by the parties. It's based on the percentage of the residency of students enrolled in the schools in the town and the county, which percentage split has been determined previously to be approximately or close to 50-50. And it's worth mentioning as well that the percentage split of the total population is also very close to 50-50, with the county having a slightly larger population than the town. The county's concerns with respect to the town's operation of the recreation and culture facilities can be addressed through the sharing of quarterly transaction level reporting and a robust dispute resolution process that is available to either party in the event a dispute arises. With respect to the Early Childhood Development Center, it's the town's position that the county's contribution to the operating shortfall should be calculated based on the average percentage of the residency of children enrolled over the previous year. With the exception of the Class A ball diamonds and the Class A soccer pitches at the Brazeau Sports Park, which we saw yesterday, which were right next to the county building, all of the recreation and culture facilities are, on Friday, are services and facilities provided by the town at significant cost, which benefit the residents of the county. So they fit squarely in the definition of intermunicipal services. In 2019, based on a 50-50 split of the operating shortfall, the county paid the town $1,036,000 and the town paid the county $4,845. The county does not have an arena, curling rink, a fitness center, a pool, tennis pickleball courts, skateboard park, or a splash park. These are all services and facilities that are provided by the town at significant cost, which benefit the residents of the county. No comparable recreation and culture facilities are available in the region. Not only are the facilities in Ponoka, Lacombe, Olds, and Rocky Mountain House not comparable to the facilities in Drayton Valley, they are an additional 1 to 2 hours away for county residents. These are also not municipalities to which the county contributes funding. This is not a case of we already contribute to recreation facilities in other municipalities, so that needs to be factored in, which is an issue that does arise in some ICF arbitrations or negotiations. The county's proposal to reduce funding below 50% would see county residents continue to benefit from recreational facilities in other municipalities to which they contribute nothing, and town facilities to which they propose to contribute much less than their fair share. And what that means is that residents of these other municipalities are paying for county residents to enjoy those facilities.
Sorry, can you just back that up again and say that again? I'm just trying to follow you.
Sure.
Can you repeat what you were just saying? Part of it is that I'm not a very quick writer.
Okay, that's okay. And I'll try not to be a quick talker. So 4 other facilities information has been put forward in the agreed statement of facts. And those same 4 municipalities, Ponoka, Lacombe, Olds, and Rocky Mountain, are municipalities that were addressed in documents provided by the county to try and show that operating costs weren't comparable to other facilities. But those 4 facilities, those 4 municipalities that have facilities, not only are the facilities not comparable, they don't reach the same level of facility as in Drayton Valley. It's also important to remember that the county doesn't contribute any money to those facilities in those municipalities because they're not neighboring municipalities. So it isn't an argument that, well, our overall recreation contribution needs to be taken into consideration. We're already contributing to all these other municipalities. That can happen where you have a rural that has more than one urban within its boundaries, which have recreation facilities of a substantial level. So it would mean that they would continue to benefit from those facilities. They don't pay anything for those ones in those 4 municipalities, just the fees to attend. And their proposal is to reduce the funding to the town of Drayton Valley. What that means is you're passing off the cost of the benefit of those facilities to the residents of all those other municipalities.
Thank you.
With respect to the existence of those 4 other municipalities, it's also important to bear in mind that the existence of those recreational services in the other municipalities doesn't lessen or diminish the benefit of the town's recreational facilities to county residents. So just because there's another facility that also has a rink doesn't lessen the benefit county residents get from the town's facility. County residents benefit from the proximity, the quality, and the level of service at the town's facilities, regardless of whether they use them or not. Now, one of the things that we'll discuss is the discretion, and it's a significant discretion. Council decisions are, very limited in how they can be challenged. Councils have significant discretion in deciding what facilities they're going to build and what services they're going to provide. But the evidence will show that the county provides little to no indoor recreation services to its residents. And the reason they can do this is because the services are being provided by other municipalities, and they can be accessed by the county's residents in those municipalities. But the county's decision not to provide those services doesn't relieve the county of an obligation to fairly contribute to them when they're provided by other municipalities. And while a county resident may not use a specific service because they prefer to drive elsewhere to a similar service, or they just don't use that service at all, lots of people never use an arena, that's fair. The resident still benefits from the fact those services are publicly available in the region. That's reflected in property values. That's reflected in the desirability of selling your property to somebody. People with young families, when they look at where they're going to buy homes, will look at the availability of services. Now, one of the things that we're going to talk about as well is the sharing of financial information. I suspect we'll spend quite a bit of time on that. We anticipate the county will need evidence that it has been excluded from financial information concerning the recreation and culture facilities, that the revenues are too low and the expenses are too high. Evidence that we'll also hear today will be about the ad hoc committee and the recreation board, both of which are joint committees or boards between the two municipalities to address exactly that issue. Revenues and expenditures, services that are being provided. Through the ad hoc committee and the recreation board, the county has had full access to all of the town's revenue and expenditures with respect to the facilities. And should the recreation board continue, and those bylaws have not been repealed, they will continue to have full access to the town's revenues and expenditures. The ad hoc committee, which included 2 members of county council and 2 members of town council, reported to both councils in December of 2019. And this is the statement that was in the report, which went to those councils. Quarterly financial reports have been shared between the 2 municipalities for years. This provides a level of transparency and allows each municipality to respond to its ratepayers on the value and optimization of tax funds. The dedicated work of the committee to review the financial statements and discuss the details within the revenue and expenditure accounts added to the confidence of committee members to respond to and be accountable to ratepayers. That's a clear statement from the ad hoc committee. The information was being shared and sufficient information was available to them in order to be satisfied about how the facilities were being operated.
And I'm sorry, can you tell me again which document that statement appears in?
So that's page 208 of the agreed exhibit list. So the page numbers are on the upper right-hand corner, and that is the, sorry, I have the page number there, but I couldn't find it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Page 208.
Tab 26.
Thank you.
It's the town's position that they have not refused to provide financial information to the county regarding the facilities in response to a direct request or a resolution. The town has, through its representatives on the committee and the board, urged the county to look forward and not revisit and rehash historical financial information. That issue, this issue of looking back as opposed to looking forward, has been present from the start of the negotiations between the parties and this arbitration. The purpose of this arbitration is to provide you with the evidence and information you require to craft a fair and equitable ICF agreement. It's not to question or challenge or relitigate past decisions. And it's important in that context, when that information is brought forward, to recognize that there has been a dispute resolution provision available to the parties throughout their relationship. So the intermunicipal cooperation agreement, which was dated March 31st, 2011, contains a dispute resolution provision. The town is agreeable to an ICF agreement which requires the town to provide the county with quarterly access to general ledger accounting records for the facilities. This would allow the county to independently verify revenues and expenses associated with the facilities. And in the event of a dispute on those revenues or expenses, that intermunicipal cooperation agreement is incorporated by reference, it continues in force, and it would allow either of the parties to initiate the dispute resolution process. The town's position all along and remains is that there's no basis for alleging that the town is operating its facilities improvidently or irresponsibly. But if there are concerns about operational efficiencies and revenues that are expenses that are being attributed to the facilities, they can be addressed through dispute resolution. What we want to avoid is an oversight which takes away the autonomy of the municipality. It appears what the county wants is oversight of the town's operations, but doesn't want to operate them. And we would submit that what's being proposed by the town with respect to accounting, reporting, and the ability to proceed to dispute resolution in the event of a dispute is the best way to address that. It maintains the autonomy of municipalities to provide services and facilities they believe will benefit their residents and to manage operations as they see fit without resorting to a funding formula which is completely unrelated to benefit. Now, one of the documents that I expect we'll be spending some time on is the county's survey of surrounding municipalities to identify the amount that similar municipalities contribute to recreation. And that, sir, is the document that's found at document 33 of the agreed statements. The town's position is that is not a helpful document from a benchmarking perspective because all of the facilities provide different amenities and services. All of the facilities are different ages and in different levels of repair. All of the municipalities have different circumstances when it comes to their neighbors. So including how many neighbors, what type of neighbors, are they urban, are they rural, the size of the municipalities, the geography, the population, what services those neighbors provide, what previous arrangements have been made through ICF agreements. All of those factors are relevant for determining costs, but also determining contribution.
Ms. Becker-Brooks, can I get you just to pause for 1 second? I just want to pull up a document. So the document you were just referring to is document 33 in the agreed exhibits?
33.
Okay, thank you.
Similarly, the amount, and this is in the same document, the amount that other urban municipalities receive in recreational operational contributions isn't relevant because every urban municipality provides unique recreation facilities with differing levels of service. For the same reason, it's also not a reliable indicator that the town's expenses are too high or their revenues are too low. One of the issues that I think we will need to spend some time on during this arbitration is the use of comparables. So comparables have been put forward by the county in a couple of different documents for a couple of different purposes. When we look at comparables like Lacombe, Pinoca, Olds, Rocky Mountain House, which are addressed in the agreed statement of facts and are also addressed in the document prepared by the county at tab 33. Those are presented as comparables for operating costs. But just because they are municipalities that are close by does not mean that they are comparable from a facility perspective or from a cost or revenue perspective. If you're going to compare facilities to the Drayton Valley facilities from a cost perspective or from a revenue perspective, they must be similar facilities. The other reason that comparables might be put forward would be for the purpose of saying this is an alternate place for our residents to go. They don't only come to the town for these facilities, they go somewhere else. In order to put forward that information as being comparators as far as providing the service, then we don't need information about the costs. We need information about how far is the travel time? Are there usership numbers? Do we have any idea how many people from the county actually go to those facilities? Then the other area where comparables have been put forward by the county is 4 pages into document 33, where we start talking about other rural municipalities and how much they contribute to their urbans. Now, these are different urban municipalities than Pinoca, Lacombe, Olds, and Rocky Mountain House. But if those are being put forward to demonstrate how other rural municipalities are contributing to urban municipalities, that requires an assessment of what services are provided. How big is the municipality? What's the population? Is it in an urban center and caught by a growth management board, or is it not? All of those factors become relevant. So we will spend some time talking about different municipalities being raised as comparators and the extent to which they're relevant for the purpose for which they've been put forward as a comparison. With respect to the contribution, it's my understanding that that the county's position is to put forward a contribution to the operational funding of the facilities based on either per capita, so based on population, or a fixed amount per annum. The advantage of that approach, of course, is it gives absolute certainty to the parties. During the term of the ICF, they know exactly how much they're going to contribute. The disadvantage is it does not take into consideration the inevitable fluctuation in operating costs and revenues, which are unavoidable anytime there is a facility that's being operated. And I think that the pandemic is a very good example of unanticipated changes that are imposed upon you that are nobody's fault, can change revenues and can change operating costs. The town's position that a funding formula based on 50% of the operating deficit of the previous year is fairer. I like to say more fair, but my spell check keeps saying I should say fairer, and more equitable because it takes into consideration the benefit of those facilities to all of the residents of the town and all of the residents of the county, and factors in the actual cost to the town to provide those services. Unlike a fixed contribution amount, that means that any fluctuation in operating costs will be equitably distributed over those who benefit from the services, as opposed to being disproportionately shouldered by the residents of one municipality, the town, over the residents of the county. The aim in this arbitration, of course, is to come up with a funding formula that is fair and equitable. And obviously, fair and equitable means all kinds of different things to different parties. The county has put forward in their submissions, and I suspect we'll hear evidence today, that the county has had a reduction in revenues, or their financial position has degraded due to policing costs and changes in linear property assessment. These are all issues that affect rural and urban municipalities to different degrees. The ability to pay is absolutely a proper consideration for the arbitrator in an ICF arbitration. But the reality is the county has not prioritized contribution to recreation and culture facilities that its residents benefit from. The county has 3 times the equalized assessment of the town, And equalized assessment is an indicator of the ability to generate tax revenues and an ability to pay. The county rolled back commercial and residential taxes by 30% and has kept them at that level, giving them the lowest tax rates in the region. The county's fees have been significantly reduced, in many cases charging $0 for services which would ordinarily be a few $100s. That's one way. The two big ways that municipalities can generate revenues, general revenues, are taxes and fees. The county decided not to increase their taxes in 2022 because they, and this is taken from their website, have found a way to keep services at the same level. At the same time, on its website, the county promotes that its economy is thriving. It's our submission that the county can easily pay its share of the intermunicipal recreation services provided by the town to the county residents, but chooses instead to or seeks to instead offload an unbalanced share of those costs onto the town's residents. Now, with respect to the Early Childhood Development Center, you previously decided that you have jurisdiction to consider and make orders with respect to any issues in dispute between the parties related to the ECDC and including it or not including it in an ICF. The county's position is that the town's operation and funding of the ECDC is not an intermunicipal service and that it shouldn't attract cost sharing or contribution. My understanding is that the county's position is essentially that it's not an intermunicipal service because childcare services are not services that one would usually expect a municipality to provide, and the county has never contributed to ECDC in the past. Intermunicipal services are services provided by a municipality that benefit residents in more than one municipality. ECDC is one of those services. It is provided by the town, it benefits town residents, and it benefits county residents. Very few services municipalities provide are they required to provide to their residents. Repair and maintenance of roads, some level of fire service, that's about it. Otherwise, intermunicipal services are services that one council has decided are appropriate and for the benefit of their residents. And once they make that decision to provide those services, if they benefit residents in neighboring municipalities, that is what triggers the ICF provisions in the Municipal Government Act. It's irrelevant how many other municipalities provide those services. What is relevant is that licensed childcare is a scarcity in the region, and there is way more children than there are available spaces. So as I mentioned before, the town seeks financial contribution to ECDC tied to the actual use of the childcare services by the county. That's despite the fact that the actual benefit to county residents is much greater because available, affordable childcare is a significant advantage over other communities. In order to be fair and equitable, the county's contribution to the town's recreation and culture facilities must align with the benefit the county's residents receive. I've gone over the funding formulas that are being proposed for both the recreation and culture facilities and ECDC. That brings me pretty much to the end of my opening statement. By my review, it seems that we really have three issues here. What services are included? The listed recreation and culture facilities are in. It's up to you to decide if ECDC is in. Are the operating costs reasonable? It appears that the county's biggest concern is with respect to the expenses associated with Omniplants 1 and 2 and the curling rinks. It's not clear the extent to which the revenues of those facilities are still a concern for the county. It doesn't appear that the operating expenses for Mckenzie Conference Center, the Fitness Center, the Park Valley Pool, and the outdoor facilities and the ECDC are necessarily an issue, but that may be an issue as well. And then finally, what's the appropriate contribution from the county for the intermunicipal services that are included? And that's going to apply to all of the facilities that are found to be included in that group of intermunicipal services. Those are my opening that's my opening statement, sir. Happy to answer any questions if you have them now, but I suspect we'll have lots of time for that.
Thank you. I suspect we will. Before we start with Mr. Wilson, I'm wondering if we can take a 5-minute break.
We certainly can, sir.
Okay, so I'm just going to turn my camera off and I'll be back in 5 minutes if that works for everybody. I'll call this hearing back to order, and Mr. Wilson, you were going to make your opening statement.
I will, and I'll start by pointing out that my friend stumbled over fair or more fair or fairer. I will flub that many times in my submissions. Sir, I liked an awful lot of what my friend foreshadowed in her opening statement. I believe that the issue is what is a fair and equitable amount to have the county pay to have a host municipality provide certain services. I have to tell you, and I'll start here, and I think my friend ended here. I think ECDC is going to be even more difficult for you because in part, you are going to be crafting an ICF for ECDC services. And I see that Mr. Trudeau has started to dabble in provincial politics with his $10 daycare. And I have no idea how that's going to affect the request for funding. But I suspect we're going to have to get a handle on how it's effective because it is a joint federal and provincial subsidy, and it'll have to be something that we take into consideration. I can also say that the county has supported independent day homes as a means of providing access to early childhood education. So with respect, I said earlier, I liked a number of things my friend said. My friend said, well, let's quit looking at the past because of course that's the past and we don't want to root around in that. And I agree with that. And then my friend went into the county's taxation history with respect to keeping county taxes low. So with respect, if she's asking me to quit rooting around in the past, I anticipate I'm going to have similar comments moving forward. Now, so with respect to the recreational funding, we have a series of agreements that have taken place from 2007 through 2019, where the parties agreed as to how much they were going to seek contribution from the county and that the county agreed to and paid to the town. So again, from 2007 to 2019, the town comes forward with an ask, provides the county with the amount they're seeking, and either by formula in the ICF agreement or by agreement, the county cuts a check and the town is made whole. I can say that I anticipate you will hear evidence that from 2015 through 2020, the county raised concerns with respect to the operations of the Omniplex. I'm going to say, I think it was about 60% of the building we toured while we were at the arena, and has consistently raised concerns whether or not the expenses associated with the Omniplex were outside of the norm, and if so, how they were outside of the norm. In the course of my friend's able opening statement, she made reference to agreed document 33. And I'm going to direct your attention, sir, to agreed document 32, which is a process whereby, pursuant to section 571 of the Municipal Government Act, the Minister of the Crown retained an inspector to inspect the operations of the County of Brazeau. I anticipate you'll hear evidence from a number of witnesses as to the comparators and benchmarking with respect to the operations of recreational facilities and the amounts of money that the County of Brazeau was paying for recreation and culture. And again, the inspection report was commissioned by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, received by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and accepted by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And I anticipate you will hear evidence. And my friend referred to the actual towns. The towns that were cited were Olds, and Olds is a farming community that I'm going to suggest is relatively physically proximate to the city of Calgary, and it's of a certain size. Ponoka, which is, as anybody driving to Calgary knows, is a community physically proximate to the city of Red Deer. Rocky Mountain House, which is a community that's relatively proximate to the city of Red Deer. And there is evidence that was tabled with the ad hoc commission from Lee Chambers, a witness you're going to hear from, setting out some of the actual and budgeted expenses associated with twin arenas run by those facilities and made available to the public in Olds, in Ponoka, in Lacombe, and in Rocky Mountain House. And that's raised in 2018 with the ad hoc committee. It's raised again with the ad hoc committee in agreed document 22, which is regular meeting of the Drayton Valley Brazeau Recreation Board, June 25, 2020. And it includes, again, some of the identified costs with respect to that. And ultimately, in September of 2020, the county submitted communication, written communication with the town, telling them we're prepared to pay you $454,000, which constitutes a per capita contribution of $58 per person. And we then have what turns into this arbitration, where my friend is seeking, I believe, compensation for a shortfall in 2020 and is seeking funds into the future. My friend repeatedly referred to quarterly accounting records and said, we've been providing them to you consistently. And with respect, I'm going to direct the arbitrator back to August 6th, when we had an application in front of you, and I made an application that you direct detailed trial balances to be produced in the ordinary course in this arbitration, so that the accounting staff at the County of Brazeau would be in a position to look at, scrutinize, verify, and sign off on accounting records kept by the town in the ordinary course. At the time, I pointed out quarterly summaries were not good enough. And I step back because my friend refers to collaboration in the ICF process. And I have to tell you, having lived in this world for quite some time, I have to tell you what she's describing is a partnership. The County of Brazeau is, in part, a partner in providing support for recreational facilities in the Drayton Valley area. And a number of the agreed upon payments was that the county, Brazeau County, would be responsible for 50% of the shortfall on operations. So effectively, when I refer to a partnership, the host municipality wants my client to pay 50% and says, I'll give you quarterly accounting summaries, and that's good enough. And with respect, if I was that partner, I suspect I would ask for exactly what at the conclusion of this arbitration my client will be asking for: detailed trial balances so that my client can verify what it is that the town of Drayton Valley is seeking recompense for. Well, sir, hopefully some things that are not an issue. My friend and my friend's client are entitled to run their municipality how they see fit. We're not looking for a veto or co-management of the arenas or anything of the sort. They're entitled to run their operations as they see fit. We simply want a wholesome contextual picture of what is equitable and reasonable on the facts. And we anticipate that you're going to hear evidence of comparable twin arenas run by communities of a like size to the town of Drayton Valley and that cost significantly less to run than the town of Drayton Valley. Now, one of the things that does come up, and my friend repeatedly said 50-50, and initially in the 2007 agreement, 50-50 was, it was going to be based upon use. That is, if I go to the pool and I use the pool, we'd use user stats, and that was too difficult to do in 2007. So they moved to a 50-50 split, which was roughly the mix with respect to the attendance at the two schools. With respect, there is a difference, and it's a fundamental difference. The county kids at the end of the school day are getting on a school bus and are being transported home, which is generally some distance from the town of Drayton Valley. And they may come back for hockey, they may come back for figure skating, they may come back for a variety of things. They may in fact come back and go skateboarding on that icy skateboard track, at least last Friday. But with respect, they are some distance from the town of Drayton Valley, and they are dependent upon convincing someone in their home to take them back to go to the arena or the swimming pool or the curling rink or even the fitness center. So when my friend says 50-50, with respect, the town kids never leave. They're whatever distance they are from whatever the facility is. And with respect, those are things that we say are something that you have to take into consideration. Financial reporting and cost verification, it's going to be the submission of the county that the request for viable accounting records that allows us to confirm that an expense was incurred on the identified recreational or cultural facility is a necessity. It's not intrusive. It's not something that leads to fights, and we're not, I don't believe we're seeking to fight 2007 to 2019 past ICFs, but we do want, moving forward, an opportunity to review the records so that we can question any expense that we think may or may not be untoward, and to address it appropriately. I can say there is evidence that in 2019 and 20, the town changed its financial reporting records and moved to a process that fosters transparency. And we readily embrace that policy that you'll hear some evidence about. Now, with that background, sir, there is going to be differences of opinion. There is going to be comparables, and I think you're going to have to make some decisions on comparables. And some of the things that I think you're going to be looking at will be population, proximity to urban centers, and both the size of the county and the size of the municipal urban center within the county. And most of it will be centered around arenas. And I think the view that we took with the assistance of Ms. Drayton was most helpful. And we all have an idea as to what the Omniplex is and the 4 parts of the Omniplex that were constructed between 1987 and 2000. With those submissions, sir, the county is prepared to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. With that, I guess the next step is for the county to call its first witness. But before we go there, let me just ask a question that happened to pop into my brain. I've heard both of you talk about the need for a robust dispute resolution process as being something that I might need to incorporate into whatever ICF we come up with. And I've heard reference to, I think it's a March 31st, 2011 document that has a dispute resolution process in it. If I've got the date right, I'm not sure. Will you, I guess my question is, will you be leading evidence as to what the dispute resolution process you want should be?
Well, sir, I think we had hoped to provide you with a draft agreement, and I can tell you this morning it appears we reached an impasse, but I would be surprised if we could not get you a robust dispute resolution clause, because I anticipate both sides have an interest in that.
Okay.
With respect to that, sir, that's true. We haven't agreed on a form of ICF agreement, but I think it would, I assume my friend wouldn't have any problems with me indicating it wasn't with respect to the dispute resolution provision that we this agreement. We would be proposing the town that it would follow what has previously been done in the ICF agreements, which is to incorporate by reference the kind of umbrella agreement, which is the intermunicipal cooperation agreement from 2011. And that's where we would propose the dispute resolution provisions are found. So they're already there. They're already applying to other agreements between the two parties. It would make sense to have that continue to apply.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, then Ms. Becker-Brooks, do you want to open your case and start with Ms. Drayton? I understand it is.
Yes, sir. And you know what? You will forgive me. I cannot remember if we reached an agreement on whether or not we're swearing in witnesses.
I don't think we discussed it, and my suggestion would be that the witnesses be affirmed, given that we're remotely and Madam Court Reporter, would you like to affirm the witness?
Yes, can I have the witness raise her right hand? Actually, can I get you to spell your full name, please?
The name is Annette Drayton, spelled A-N-N-E-T-T-E. Drayton is spelled D-R-I-E-S-S-E-N.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear Ms. Drayton okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think the first thing we should deal with, Annette, is that you have some notes in front of you. Can you please tell me what those are?
Yeah, just the notes I have in front of me are just some of the technical information I might need to refer to with respect to what's within each of the recreation facilities. So it will speak to things such as, the size of the facility, what type of equipment is in the facility, when it opened, those types of matters.
So we would propose to provide a copy of that to all of the parties, but to allow her to refer to that with respect to square footage and those kinds of things.
No objection whatsoever, so long as it's shared with the tribunal and myself.
Yeah, at the next break, Bethany can email it to everybody, so you'll have it.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you tell us what your position with the town is and explain your duties?
At the present time, I'm the special project coordinator for the town of Drayton Valley. I put in my notice of for retirement, semi-retirement back in summer. So finished my formal responsibility with the town at the end of September of this year. Prior to that, I was the general manager of community services. From January until September, I also assumed the role of active CEO for the town of Drayton.
And prior to that position, what other positions have you had with the town?
I first started off with the town as the Omniplants business manager, so I held that position for 4 years, and then received a promotion to go and lead the community services department. So I was with that for about 17 years as the general manager of community services.
Drayton, I'm just wondering if I can get you to speak up a little bit. As towards the end of your sentence, it starts to tail off, and I'm having trouble picking up the last half or so of your sentences. So if you can just try to keep your voice
Where
up.
is the microphone in proximity to the witness?
It's in between the two of us.
All there.
There, we'll move it closer to her. I think I can handle the volume more than she can.
Thank you.
Please just tell us again if it's still a problem. And just at a high level, can you tell us your relevant education and your work experience?
I graduated from the University of Alberta with a recreation administration degree, Bachelor of Arts degree in recreation administration. That was finished off in '82. I was a transfer student from education. And since that time, I've worked in recreation administration or community services from the time that I finished my university degree. First started off with just a small program with Shape Up Alberta, moved on to Westlock Regional Recreation, then moved into Athabasca Regional Recreation and Further Education, and then into the town of Drayton Valley.
So, Ms. Drayton, you did take us on a tour on Friday of the facilities. So with that in mind, maybe you could give us an overview. We'll go through each of the facilities individually. So if you could give us an overview of the Omniplex, please.
So the Omniplex, I suppose we should separate only 1 and 2 from the curling rink, because you'll want to ask separate questions about the curling rink. So the Omniplex facility, there are basically 4 venues in there, 2 arenas, 1 curling rink, and the Mckenzie Conference Center. And then the fitness center is part of what we consider to be Omni One. The main arena, what we call Omni One, was actually built in 1995. The middle arena, Omni Two, was built in 1987, and the curling rink was built in 1991. Mckenzie Conference Center was built in 2008. So the two arenas within the Omniplex are regulation size arenas, so 17,000 square feet in each of those arenas, just the arena itself. The complex overall, I think, is around 85,000 square feet. Within the Omniplex, of course, there are 12 dressing rooms. Certainly that's been an extra increase simply because of having more co-ed teams and having to provide additional dressing room space for the individuals between the genders. The fitness center sits on 3 different levels. The curling rink is 6 sheets, and of course, Mckenzie Conference Center you saw can be split into 2. With respect to the Omniplex, it also has the office and administration areas for the Omniplex management, fitness center management, and MCC management. It also has at the back of the facility, the AGHL team, GD Thunder, has its own dressing room and administration areas and shower facilities and storage facilities. And there are also storage facilities for the Omniplex. There's one separate complex or one separate building that is a storage area for the Omniplex, and there's another larger storage area created at the back of the curling club for storage. The Omniplex is operated, or the 2 arenas, I should say the 3 ice surfaces are operated through a main ice plant. Curling rink used to have its own, but we combined that several years ago for efficiency. So the ice plant operates all 3 ice surfaces. What else?
So who uses the facilities?
Various groups, various individuals, families use the different venues within the facility. Again, it depends on what is being hosted. Arena users, everything from minor hockey players, figure skaters, ringette players, fun hockey, shinny hockey, noon hockey. We have also within that time, just general public for public skating. That's generally the ice users. When we get into the dry land, when there is no ice in the facility, it's a myriad of different type of users. Anything from trade shows. We also have agricultural purposes, so we'll bring in dirt and allow between a rodeo, 4-H Achievement Day. In the past, we used to have horse shows. That's not there in the last few years. Trade shows, of course, from a number of different professions from time to time, different conferences. If they're using the MCC, might use the Omniplex for some of their breakout sessions. Graduation ceremonies, again, too, depending on how much space they need, could be anything from wedding receptions, parties, fundraisers, numerous different fundraisers for the different groups within the greater community. So I'm trying to isolate just between the Omniplex itself. So I think that would probably define most of the users within the Omniplex.
And could you tell us just a little bit about you told us when each of the different rinks were constructed and the size of those. Any other detail that you want to add about the construction or the type of facility that it is, the seating, any of that?
Yeah, I can tell a bit more about that. So Omni One, we take a look at the main arena. We have about 1,100 seats, fixed seats within the facility. And then, of course, there is a walking track around the upper deck of the arena. So that also provides then, of course, standing room for any of the games. The rinks themselves, Omni 1 and Omni 2, in addition to the ability for artificial ice, in terms of a cooling floor, you also have a heated floor. So that heat floor is constructed underneath the cooling slab simply because then it restricts any frost heat from affecting your ice surface. We have concrete base underneath the ice, not sand. Some smaller arenas will still use sand, but we have concrete base, and of course the brine lines within those lines. The ice plant itself, different age of the different components, everything, the condenser, I believe, is still the original installation. Everything from the chiller barrel, the compressors, the pumps, the header pipes, in all facilities have been replaced from the original installation. Dehumidifiers were added to improve the reasonability and dealing with moisture issues, both added Omni 1 and in Omni 2. There are tunnels underneath both of the bleachers, Omni 1 and an Omni 2. And the tunnels provide two purposes. One is storage space for the Omniplex for the number of different pieces of equipment that it has, and also serves as storage area for the different groups. Minor hockey using a lot of it for their teams to store their jerseys and their goalie pads and all of their other training purposes underneath the tunnel for the summer. Omni 2 seating capacity is around 500, not fixed seats, just wooden bleachers on one side. Ceiling height is not as high as Omni 1, but both have LED lighting at this point in time. There is the Olympia room, what we call the Olympia, not the Zamboni, because we have an Olympia. But the ice resurfacer has a separate room at the back of Omni 2. The ice plant is also located at the back of Omni 2. We have two ice resurfacers. One is used all the time. We have another one that's on standby because there are certainly important games such as the AJHL game that we must be able to respond quickly should the ice resurfacer go down. So we do keep two of them on hand. There is a car wash bay at the back of Omni 1, and that is to help out with the agricultural shows that have happened in the past and still with the 4-H beef show that occurs. Overhead doors, of course, to allow some of the larger equipment to come in. Yeah, sound system in both, recognizing that depending on the event, whether it's a hockey game or a rodeo, sound system applies to both. There's a large center score clock in Omni 1, and on number 2, there's just a wall score clock. There is an there is a bypass where a section of the bleachers in Omni 1 could be removed so that it allows a tunnel between Omni 1 surface and Omni 2 surface. So this has been used mainly for the agricultural shows. So where you can have the stock penned up in one facility and just move then very quickly to the exhibition arena.
And when would of the two arenas be ice, and when would they be non-ice?
That is the part. So the ice for Omni 1 generally goes in beginning of August. There's always been a demand for summer ice. So between hockey camps and hockey school and just some figure skating use, and then of course just any private or occasional use for the surface. So that's number one. We then bring on Omni number 2, beginning of, or at the end of August, they start to put it in so that it's ready by September 1st. The curling rink is managed by its own group, so the curling club itself puts in the ice, and they put in their ice beginning of October, and are generally operational by middle of October. The ice goes out the end of March generally, but that would depend on how far some of the teams get into their competitions. So whether it's provincials, whether AGHL team continues on to playoffs, then it could take them beyond the end of March. But generally from September, arenas 1 and 2, the full regular season is September to the end of March. The curling club, October to the end of March. Most of their bonspiels are held in January, February, March. And then of course, during the summertime, it's all dry land and used for a multitude of different purposes.
So when the ice is in the curling rink and the 2 Omnis, what would be the rate of use? Like during a day, how busy is it? Is it accounted for?
Not every hour.
Okay.
Not every hour. During a day, so for instance, as with everything, times have changed somewhat in terms of minor hockey groups and associations. They are actually still, we're seeing an increase in the usership as far as numbers, but finances tends to be the reason why a lot of groups try to find better ways to use the ice. So bringing 2 teams on instead of just 1 team. Usage has been over the last few years fairly consistent for the winter time. We have seen fewer bookings during the summertime for the dry land, so for the arenas themselves. So as I mentioned, we used to see horse shows on a regular basis. We don't see those horse shows coming in. People used to do, dances a lot for fundraisers. We don't generally see those as much because of liability. But as far as different type of users, every year it's a different purpose. It's a different type of flavor inside the Omniplex during the summertime. Figure skating has been a fairly stable organization, from my understanding. Minor hockey, again, too, as much as possible, they try to bring on as much ice or try to use as much ice as they can. AGHL, as far as a regular day goes, AGHL uses it almost every day that they're in town. They will use the ice surface almost every day for practices, if not for a game. We have noon hockey. Schools may come in from time to time. And then, of course, once we start after the school hours, that's when you see things really busy. And again, too, depending on tournaments and competitions, whether that's provincials or just a straight tournament, weekends are very busy as well, too.
So I'll just get Bethany to pull up document 92 in the agreed exhibit list. These are some photographs. Maybe you could just confirm that. She'll just screen share here. That's really huge, but there's a number of photographs attached here. Can you just confirm that these are photographs that were taken of either Omni, MCC?
Curling Rink Lounge, the top one. This is the foyer for the Mckenzie Conference Center.
There's quite a few. I don't think we have to go through them all, but
Conference Center. That's the buffet area. That's the kitchen. Conference Center.
okay. So that's what those photos are all of.
Yes.
And can you just tell us a little bit more information about the curling rink and the curling association that operates it?
Sure, curling club, in place since 1991. The curling club has always operated the curling rink for its winter season. Over the course of the years, the arrangement has always changed a bit. The curling club would at sometimes have the full right to the entire curling rink lounge. And then from time to time, the Omniplants management would have the right to organize different events for the curling rink lounge. And then there have been differences with respect to the operation of what they call the sliders bar, which is whether the Omniplants management gets to have the right or whether the curling club gets the right. So there have been differences over the course of the years. 1 year, unfortunately, we did have a partial roof collapse in the curling rink, which meant that the curling club could not operate during that year. I'd like to say it was around 2013 or 2014. So they lost part of their operating year, and it's been a little slow to get their membership back, but they're doing fairly well now. So the curling club will again too, the number of users will be anything from, you know, lady night, men's nights, to mixed curling. They'll bring in the schools. They'll have a number of different bond spills. They actually have quite a few bond spills in January, February, March. So and those are bringing in and attracting other curlers from around the central region of Alberta or further. As I mentioned, we combined the ice plant several years back. The curling club used to manage its own ice plant, but because of efficiencies, we dealt with working towards a single ice plant with 3 compressors, and those 3 compressors are called on at different times depending on what the demand of the ice slabs are. Usership, again, as I mentioned, various users throughout the community and throughout the nearby municipalities simply because of the bond spills.
And then the curling rink isn't used for any other use during the summers, like the arenas, or can you use that
Yes.
space in the summers as well?
You can also use that space during the summer times. The farmers markets were actually almost exclusively held at on the slab surface more than the curling. So actually on Friday you saw where the farmers market now extends differently. But yes, it used to have a number of different purposes, still is, whether it's for different shows, different trade shows, graduation, high school graduations. Again, too, depending on the size, it has been used for funerals. Different types of children's activities, whether that's any scheduled summer camps or whether they have, for instance, frisbee or tag, human foosball. They've done that in the past. It's been a number of different purposes.
So for the curling rink, you mentioned the number of different purposes that it's used for. What are the sources of revenue that come from the arenas and then the curling rink?
So for the 2 arenas, the main source of revenue will come from the user fees. Minor hockey registering is the highest, followed through by figure skating, AGHL, Radiant. Of course, could be with the schools and then public skating. In terms of usership, I will have to say qualify that public skating is actually sponsored by businesses who sponsor the hours for public skating. In terms of the specific information you're asking for, Kelsey?
You mentioned user fees and you mentioned rentals and sponsorship.
Source of revenues.
What about advertising?
Advertising for the Omni 1 is granted to the HHL team, BB Thunder. Advertising for Omni 2 is divided between the user groups themselves, so minor hockey can gain access to it. But the Omniplants also, if they sell an advertisement on the boards, they can get some of that. So it's a shared revenue for Omni 2. The advertising in Omni 3, what we call the curling rink, is dedicated to the curling rink itself, curling club itself. So they go after the advertising, not only for anywhere within the facility, but also on the ice. Other sources of revenues, grants, wherever we can. We go after grants for any one of the facilities, not just one or two. There are different types of fees then for the summertime. So there's a user fee, I believe, that's been submitted with respect to showing what type of dry land or dry pad rentals there are. So, and again, depending on what type of usage, the Omniplex can provide different setups, they can provide different services, whether it's for a trade show or whether it's just tables and chairs on each of those services. Of course, the county's funding is always there, as well as helping out with the final cost recovery.
So you mentioned that one of the sources of revenue is the rates that are charged. Maybe I can just get Bethany to pull up document 87, which is the town's 2022 fee schedule.
And before you do that, I'm just want to remind the witness again, if she can keep her voice up, because you were again starting to fade and I was not able to pick up some of what you were saying. Thank you.
2021 fee schedule. So I mentioned this is the 2022 fee schedule. On the first page, it says 2021.
It would have to be 2021. 2022 has not been approved.
Okay, so we've misdescribed that. Can you just tell us what this is and how it would relate to the fees that you've talked about for the facilities?
A fee schedule is established by the general managers and the CEO for the town of Drayton Valley. It is then presented to town council as part of the budget discussions. So is approved for each year. The circumstances behind the Omniplex, because the season for the Omniplex ice surfaces is always from September start to then the end of March. The fee schedule is established a little bit further ahead for the Omniplex than it is for other items. So when we set the 2022 arena fees for September, they actually will go all the way through till the end of April or beginning of April. The fee schedule also includes every other public fee that is assessed for other town services. So it speaks to the cemetery, it speaks to the water, it speaks to development permits, it speaks to fire department for anything that's required for the fire department, any administrative, public works. So it covers all of the operations where a fee is established. What it does not do is provide for the one-offs. In other words, if the fitness center were to implement a membership sale or a membership draw, a campaign, the general managers with that responsibility would have the ability to take that outside of the established fee schedule.
But aside from those one-offs, any of the fees that are charged for use of the Omni 1, 2, the curling rink, Mckenzie Conference Center, we haven't got there yet, but the pool, fitness center, all of those fees, the general fee amount would be addressed in here.
That's correct. So, and with those, it's generally consistent because you want to try and maintain some form of fairness between all of the different groups that use the ice surface. So it will come back to the fee schedule for the most part.
So with respect to the DV Thunder, you mentioned before that there were some special arrangements made. Can you tell us a bit about the arrangements with the Thunder?
This goes back a few years, and DV Thunder, of course, is an AJHL team. it is, it certainly is an advantage for any community to take a look at having an AGHL team or a junior B team. That's always a draw for a municipality. DV Thunder approached the town council at that time, requesting assistance in dealing with its financial difficulties. And town council supported the reduction in the fees for a term for DV Thunder. So that had to deal with the user fees, the hourly fees for DV Thunder. So they were reduced by 50%. Okay, was that audible? Sorry, is that loud enough? Okay. No, Colleen can't hear.
Well, I can hear what you do fade off towards the end of the sentence. So is there some way to put the microphone closer?
Okay, can you move
Kelsey,
closer?
we have no difficulty hearing you, but we have a lot of difficulty hearing the end of Ms. Dreesen's answer.
Okay, she'll
Okay.
move closer to the microphone. We'll see if that helps. Okay. So maybe you could just continue then with respect to the Thunder. So you talked about some of the arrangements that have been made about rental rates. What about other things like practice times, games, ticket sales?
The DV Thunder, the organization organizes its own games. They sell their tickets on their own. So the Omniplex does not take in any part of the ticket sales. DV Thunder also is a user of our fitness center. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, they receive the advertising revenue from Omni One. But with respect to the fees, DV Thunder is receiving 50% off of its regular fees for practice and for games.
But you mentioned before that your rinks aren't booked 100%. So
No, our rinks aren't booked 100%. Not anywhere like the city of Edmonton where you could be playing at 2 o'clock in the morning. No, our rinks are generally, like I said, during the evenings, during the weekends, they're fairly busy. During the day, they're not as busy. The occasional user, and as I mentioned, sometimes we have private bookings, and from time to time we'll have the homeschool program coming in and using the ice during the day. Schools have difficulty with their financial ability to send busing to bring the students over to the Omniplex, so we try to help out and have tried to secure sponsorships to try and bring the schools in.
right, can you just do kind of a higher level overview of the day-to-day operations of the arenas, particularly with respect to the number of employees and the positions there?
For the floor, there are 4 categories of employees: operator 2, operator 1, laborer 2, and laborer 1. There are 7 employees on that floor, 4 operators, 7 full-time. So 4 full-time operators, 3 full-time laborers. And then there's 1 part-time laborer that will come and provide some extra work for things such as the Thunder game, which of course requires a little bit more attention because of the number of people coming in. There is the Omniplex manager. They do have an events coordinator, and that person takes care of all the bookings for the facility. The front desk is managed by 2 individuals, but during the weekends, on holidays, or for sick time, the part-time staff in the fitness center will also cover the front desk as well. The MCC has a coordinator that maintains, again, bookings, but also manages the affairs of the Mckenzie Conference Center everything from the kitchen caterers to the decorators to any of the janitorial work. Omniplex staff are responsible for not just the ice surfaces, but all the dress rooms, all the mechanical rooms, the condition of the equipment, the condition of the building. They also do setup and takedown for any of the events that happen either on the dry surfaces during the summer or in the MCC. So if there are a number of tables and chairs or booths or draping and skirting that has to be set up, they have to set that up. Also within the buffet area or anything for tables and chairs for any of the conventions or conferences or workshops that go on. Also responsible for any of the audio, like audio visual for the Mckenzie Conference Center, sound system for all of the four venues. Storage, maintaining all the storage areas, the floor surfaces, the washroom areas, the 12 dressing rooms, any of the outside. So during the winter time, I think there's something like 18 different exits. So they have to make sure those exits are free of any ice, any snow, making sure that things such as the overhead doors are working properly, maintaining the rink boards, cleaning the surfaces of, well, practically everything. And during COVID, it has been practically everything. So the day-to-day operations, during the day, it's a matter of cleaning up from the previous evening's activities, making sure the dress rooms are all ready for the next evening's activities, making sure all the equipment is functioning properly. There are regular checks inside the ice plant to maintain the records of each of the pieces of equipment and verifying that all of that equipment is working properly, making sure that all the necessary supplies are there, whether it's glycol, whether it's anything to do with the ammonia system and adding anything that has to be added to that internal system. Safety checks, of course, throughout the building, number of safety checks, recording those safety checks to ensure that we have the proper documentation should anything occur. Dealing with any regular inspections, whether that's fire extinguishers, whether it's boiler inspections, whether it's OH&S coming in, fire department on its regular checks, or again to just the management in terms of what they put together for their regular checks. Cleaning is a different, obviously different levels, depending on whether it's a tunnel versus the dress rooms versus the washrooms. The front area, the floors on both levels having to be cleaned, and with the foot traffic that we see, that's a fairly regular pattern. There are obviously weekly duties, monthly duties, annual duties. Annual would be things such as cleaning the rink boards themselves, the whiteboards. The plexiglass is cleaned more often because that's during the course of the winter and you have to maintain a clear, nice clean glass for the audience to see what's happening on the ice surface. Summer transition from the winter activities to the summer activities could include things such as, of course, taking out the ice, dealing with the paint that's being used for the ice surface, moving the netting that is around both ice surfaces up to the top, establishing your different temperatures for the ice surfaces, shutting down your dehumidifiers, shutting down your ice plant from one season to the next, which is always something that we bring in a professional to help with. Changing out and dealing with your surfaces so that, for instance, the curling rink, they take out their boards and just the boards that go down and separate each of the sheets. For the Omniplex, it means having to deal with maintenance on the ice resurfacers, and getting everything ready for it to be stored for the summer. And then it just flips for preparing for winter. Ordering your products, whether it's the white ice, whether it's the lines, whether it's the logos for the ice surface. Making sure that, again, too, header pipes and your brine lines are okay, and that the surfaces covering those brine lines are okay. Making sure the restrooms are cleared, showers are working properly.
Okay.
I'm sure I've missed a bunch.
I'm sure you have, but you've also covered a bunch, so I think that's good. Of the employees that you went through, how many of those are members of the QP union?
The majority, the 7 full-time floor staff are all QP members. The individuals working in the fitness center are QP members. The administration are QP members. So it is only the fitness manager and the Omniplex manager that are not QP members.
Okay. So just the fitness, sorry, can you say the 2 who aren't?
Fitness manager and the Omniplex manager. Unless it's changed.
What about the operations supervisor?
The operations supervisor is not in place at this time. There has been over the past years an operations supervisor. It hasn't been consistent from year to year. But that person, when that person was there, was not a member of QP.
But you're saying you don't have an operations supervisor right now,
No.
just because the demand isn't there, or?
The demand has certainly gone down, certainly during COVID. But they're managing to deal with the supervision of the floor staff. One of the other things too is that the floor staff, those operators have been there for quite some time and are more efficient at managing the affairs than if they were new to the facility.
So they take on some of those duties?
Yes.
So you mentioned a number of full-time and part-time employees. How would their time be allocated then to the 2 arenas and the curling rink in terms of tracking the expense?
Yes. So the Omniplex staff, because they're moving fluidly between the facilities, have just generally been assigned to one expense category, and that is to wages and salaries for the Omniplex. So if they're working in the curling rink, unless it is something specific to the curling rink, most of their time is allocated to just the Omniplex expenditures. And that is because in the past, based on the recreation cost sharing agreement of 50-50, there wasn't any need to separate that. So tracking for the wages and salaries is generally all within Omniplex expenditures. It's also something where some items such as, is there anything we need to be concerned? There are also some items that are very difficult to separate between the facilities. So janitorial supplies, when the machine goes down the hallway and cleans up all floor surfaces, they're not dividing how many minutes they've spent in the curling rink versus how much time they've spent in the rest of the Omniplex lobbies. Same with how many janitorial supplies and toilet supplies are going to each facility. Metering, we don't have separate meters for each of the venues. So metering is largely to the entire Omniplex. The MCC has its own meters, but the fitness center doesn't. So depending on the meters, it's difficult to try to isolate, well, how much electricity, how much water, how much gas was used for each of these facilities. So the staffing, if there was a requirement to differentiate between Omni 1, Omni 2, the curling rink, and the MCC, that would require resources from the town to have to set up that tracking system to do so. Our finance manager can speak more about the allocation of staff time, how perhaps it's changed over the course of time. Certainly There has been differences in how we look at the allocation of time. So for instance, a few years back, I spent 6 months at the Omniplex doing both my job and serving as the acting Omniplex manager during the time that we didn't have a manager. So whether my time gets allocated there. So for instance, too, with maintenance workers, we have a maintenance worker for the entire town, but if he spends a fair amount of time at the Omniplex, depending on the annual review, some of his time gets allocated to the Omniplex if he's spending that time at the Omniplex. Again, too, Alberta Thompson, who's our finance manager, can speak to this more clearly and more precisely.
Okay, but what I'm hearing you say is that within the building that includes Omniplex 1, Omniplex 2, the curling rink, the fitness center, and the Mckenzie Conference Center, there may be an allocation towards one of those components greater than is actually reflected on what they're doing day to day.
Yes, that's correct. And this was mentioned during the ad hoc recreation committee review that we did not separate out at that time the curling rink allocation of staff time. So the curling rink, anytime that the staff spent to the curling rink, or anytime that the floor staff, if they had to go into the fitness center, if they had to go into the MCC, that was just allocated to the Omniplex.
But the example that you're giving here is not that they are doing work at facilities that aren't included in that building.
That's correct. Yes.
It's all within the building.
That's right. The Omniplex staff, hired as Omniplex staff, work for the Omniplex, whether that's Mckenzie Conference Center, curling rink, the fitness center. Fitness center, they do have their own 5 part-time staff, but there may be time from time where a floor staff has to come in and fix something, look at, perhaps the laundry machine, look at the sprinkler system, look at the vent system, look at anything structural within that facility. So they're not isolating and assigning those costs then specific to the fitness center. It's just part of their time that gets assigned to the Omniplex.
So more may be included in Omniplex 1 and 2.
Correct.
From other recreation facilities in the building.
Yes.
Did you want to add at all to the equipment necessary for the operation of the arenas or the curling rink? Or do you think that you've covered that off enough?
I have missed some things. For the ice surfaces, in addition to the ice resurfacer, there's an ice edger, because the ice resurfacer never gets close enough to the edge of the boards. And so as the water spreads after you flood, there will be an accumulation of ice buildup along the edge. So it is important to have an ice edger that comes in and regular maintenance done on the ice to get rid of those edges. In addition to that, there's everything from a genie lift, should it ever be required to replace lights on the center scoreboard, any of the LED lights high up in the ceiling. During the summertime, they also have a contractor come in and actually brush wash the stay white boards around the rink boards. The equipment that's needed to replace those heavy plexiglass panels, should one of those tempered glass panels, should one break during the course of the game. So there's equipment there. The safety equipment too, in terms of what's required on the ice for the operators when they're entering onto the ice. And then of course for the installation of the ice. So you have your spray booms that puts down not only the paint surface, but also then making your logos and maintaining your ice surface. And then during the summertime, when you have to take the ice out, more often than not, they're bringing in a town piece of equipment to actually, once the ice has broken the seal and has softened up a bit, you can actually take some of that ice slab and move it outside. So the equipment that's used for that. Don't see my voice going down. For the fitness center, of course, fitness center has all of the cardio equipment, the resistance training equipment, the free weights. There will be a number of pieces of tools that are required to replace some of the cables, the pulleys. Wherever possible, we have a contractor or a certified contractor come in and do that, obviously for safety and liability purposes. But there is equipment, whether it's cleaning equipment and the laundry facilities, because the fitness center does provide a towel service as well. Lockers, that's part of the, I guess, of the equipment that's used, shower facilities. And just the decor of the fitness center itself with respect to having mirrors up everywhere around the facility. And on the upper floor, special equipment to allow, so that it's a rubberized floor surface to allow the free weights to be dropped onto the floor. So that was an extra piece of equipment that was installed as well.
When you were talking about ice maintenance and the equipment, is there different levels of ice maintenance required depending on the groups, the user groups?
Well, there's always an adage that figure skaters like to have softer ice. AGHL players like to have the hard ice because then they can move faster. Figure skaters, softer ice because then the picks can actually dig into the ice. So there is a little bit of a difference between the ice surfaces, but it's very difficult to moderate the temperature of your ice. It will take a while. It's not that you can make hard ice become soft ice and soft ice become hard ice within a matter of hours. That's very difficult to do. But generally, we try to keep a little harder ice on the main arena for AGHL. But the ice thickness is the same. How it's made is the same.
And you talked about the staff time allocation between the arenas and the curling rink and the fitness center. What about the cost of equipment or the cost of equipment or supplies?
Wherever possible, they assign that to the individual venue. As I said, sometimes it's difficult. If you're getting a floor scrubber, it's not separated as an expense to all 4 facilities. It's the expense to the Omniplex because the majority of time it's being used at the Omniplex. The ice resurfacer, of course, Omni 1, Omni 2. Any chemicals would go to Omni 1 because I think any of the chemicals would be for the ice plant itself. Cleaning equipment, as I've mentioned, whether it's mops, buckets, that sort of thing, generally assigned to the Omniplex. Equipment specific to the fitness center is defined to the fitness center. So all of the equipment that you see within the fitness center is easily assigned then to an expense through the fitness center. Tables and chairs are difficult. The round tables and chairs are specific to the Mckenzie Conference Center. The rectangular tables and chairs generally to the Omniplex because they're dispersed between Omni 1, Omni 2, and the curling rink for the dry surface uses. Skirting, booths. We've had that for some time, so that hasn't been replaced yet. So that was assigned to the Omniplex when it was purchased because it was purchased before the Mckenzie Conference Center was even built. Ice edger specific to Omni 1, Omni 2. Other pieces of equipment. Those would be the larger ones, like power boxes are just to the Omniplex because they're used through the entire venue. Floor matting, generally it's the Omniplex. Yeah.
if I can take you to document 93. So we have here a series of promotional materials for the town's recreation facilities. We're not going to go through each one, but maybe you could just explain what the purpose of all of these are.
As with any recreation facility, I think all municipalities must do some marketing, promotion, advertising for the various events. Same thing too, we have a need to keep people coming back to our recreation facilities and to provide new activities. And so the Omniplex is constantly, and the pool, as you see there, they're constantly reinventing their programs, always trying to come up with new activities, new things to bring the people coming back into the facility. So depending on the season, depending on the holiday, depending on what time of year, there'll be different types of promotional activities going on and different programs to keep the facility occupied.
And what are the operating hours for the fitness center? Do you know?
Fitness center opens at 6, closing down at 10. During stat holidays, they reduce that time from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., I believe. Again, too, I don't know if anything has changed in the last couple of months. And I do believe that the entire Omniplex is only closed for a few of the stat holidays: Christmas, New Year's Day, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, I think it is. But I stand to be corrected.
And for the fitness center, is it mainly annual passes, or is it a membership, or can you sign up for classes or drop in? How does that work?
Fitness center operates on memberships. You can get a yearly membership, you can get a monthly, you can get a 6-month, you can get a punch pass. Those, of course, are always different rates. There are different packages for the schools, depending on how many people they come in and what they're looking for. Ages are different because some ages aren't allowed to use the resistance training, while others are. And so, for instance, resistance training is restricted. I believe it's 14 and over. And otherwise, though, the younger youth can use some of the cardio. They can use the squash court, racquetball court, etc.
So for the squash and racquetball court, that is dealt with as part of the fitness center. It's not its own thing.
That's correct. It's part of the fitness center.
And we didn't ask this question on Friday, but is it that you move the wall and that changes it between a squash court and a racquetball court?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a wall that moves. We do have the 2 courts. One was changed into an additional fitness area just because of the demand for fitness activities. But if at any point in time we need to go back, we can easily convert that back into a squash racquetball court.
And all of the employees in the fitness center would be covered by the collective agreement. Is that correct?
With the exception of the manager, yes.
Okay. And how is employee time allocated to the fitness center?
Almost exclusively to the fitness center because that's the only place where they work. They don't have the training to operate any of the ice equipment, so you won't see the fitness center staff working on the ice. So they are restricted then to the fitness center.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Mckenzie Conference Center. So you told us a little bit about it. Maybe you can give us more of an overview of what it involves, the age, all of that.
Okay. Mckenzie Conference Center was constructed in 2008. And it was in response to the fact that the greater town area did not have a large community hall. ever since the Elks Hall was removed or no longer in service. So the construction of the Mckenzie Conference Center was to serve not only the community for its community hall purpose, but also to bring in and attract different conferences, different conventions, different shows. The hall itself, I believe it's around 15,000 square feet, can be divided into 2 halls. Seating capacity is around 520, but standing capacity, if it's just standing capacity, is actually close to 750 for standing capacity. There is a large buffet area. The kitchen is a commercial kitchen, and at that time, state-of-the-art equipment went into that kitchen. The conference center can open up into the curling rink to allow additional usage or floor area for some of the larger events, or just for breakout rooms if it happens to be a conference. There's a large foyer area, sort of that circulation area and sort of what they call the crush space, can accommodate then in terms of, you know, wedding parties having to sort of meet before they actually go into the banquet hall proper. 2 washroom facilities, both the back of the facility and the front of the facility. There is an audio-visual room where, of course, all of the equipment and the necessary racking equipment is stored. Very, again, high tech in terms of audio-visual. 3 projectors within the halls, as well as the 3 screens. So they can operate independently or all together, depending on whether you're using one hall or the full conference center. Number of services that are provided by the conference center, it can be from very basic to very elaborate. I think some of the pictures have shown some pretty elaborate setups with respect for dinners, performances, the equipment that they provide, everything from the tables and chairs, round tables, nice cushioned seats, draping, table covers, also provide a portable stage and a portable dance floor that is set up in sections by the Omniplex staff for whatever purpose, draping, backdrops, and different lighting settings, as well as different sound settings. Bar service as well is provided, again, too, depending on the booking agent. That's either provided by the booking agent, which is mostly done by the Omniplex. So for the most part, the MCC events are provided bar service from the MCC staff. And those are contracted staff members coming in, working those bars.
So those are not employees, those are contract?
The setup is done by the MCC employees or the Omniplex employees, but they will contract the bar service itself.
And how many staff would be employed at the MCC?
We have 1 full-time coordinator and then 1 part-time. And then there are contracted people who come in just to supervise the event. And they're on contract simply because there's no guarantee that you will have a number of events booked in order to maintain consistency for staff.
And the 2 employees that you mentioned, those are both, did you say they're both full-time employees? Or one is full-time, one is part-time?
One is full-time. I believe the other one is part-time.
And are they covered by QP?
Yes,
Both of them?
yes.
And the cost of employee time is allocated to MCC in your financial records.
To their time. Now, that events coordinator for the NCC does have some of her time allocated to the curling rink lounge, because she also will organize events for the curling rink lounge.
Now, you mentioned that the MCC was constructed, I think, in 2008. Is there a debenture interest as an expense there? Could you
No.
speak to that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So why don't you tell us about that?
Alvera Thompson might be a better
Okay.
person to ask on this one, but as far as the amount, yes, Alvera would be able to answer this one for you.
Anything else you want to say about the Mckenzie Conference Center? Before I move on to the pool?
No, it's been Mckenzie Conference Center. I guess the one thing that we do want to add here is that the operation of Mckenzie Conference Center is different in this community, that it serves as a community hall. And as a community hall, there's an expectation that people can have better access to it than just strictly a conference center. If the Omniplex were in charge of the bar service, the decorating, the kitchen service, the catering, there would be a greater opportunity to see revenues coming into the MCC. But the community, by helping to raise funds for the conference center, really want to see it maintain that sort of ideal as a community hall. So we accommodate catering, different catering companies into the Omniplex or into the MCC, rather than just using one town-owned catering company. So it does make a difference in terms of how that place is operated.
Could you also speak to the Clean Energy Center? How does that play into petition, I guess, for events like this?
The Clean Energy Technology Center was constructed on the basis of it being an economic driver for research, development, new technology, alternative energies. That was the premise behind that complex. Was always intended to just simply try to appeal to the economic and research and alternative energy type of functions. However, the setting and the fact that it has a large open area that can be used as a reception area, we can't restrict individuals from booking that facility. Wherever possible, though, people are requested to book the MCC for social events and recreation events. The CETC is meant more for the, right now, educational economic development. But we cannot restrict somebody from booking if they want to book that facility.
But CETC is also owned by the town,
Yes,
right?
it is.
Okay, but it's not included in the facilities that you're seeking contribution from the county for.
No.
But it does provide an alternate venue for some kinds of.
It does. There are times where people have wanted to book the MCC for a wedding or a reception and found that it was already booked. And if they wanted that weekend, would then turn to the CETC as an option.
So let's talk about the pool. Can you give us a general overview of the Park Valley pool?
So, okay, just gonna pull out my notes. Make sure I have the right date. I believe the pool was constructed 1985. So the pool, when it was constructed, there is one basin that serves for the main competition tank, and the same basin that serves for the leisure, what we call the kiddies wading pool. There is a whirlpool, and there is a shower facility, shower change room facility for both genders within there. There's one administration area, and that serves all the purposes from first aid, lifeguard, pool manager, administration, storage, records. There is a storage area for the life vests and any of the other paraphernalia that they use for classes or lessons. And then the back rooms are, of course, your mechanical area for your sand filtration or your DE filtration systems. And then, of course, your air exchange unit and boilers and furnaces. Centrally located, very little parking, minimal parking, accessible. but is it's a well-maintained facility, but has, of course, outgrown its purpose and its need and the wishes of the community. Go ahead. Oh, who uses? Okay, we'll start with who uses. We have 2 swim clubs that use the Park Valley pool. A number of schools, almost every single one of the schools will use the pool. Our swimming lessons from the schools is a very strong program within the pools. Private lessons, regular lessons, early morning users just for your lane swims, noon swims. Families will come in for the multitude of different activities that they host, everything from toonie swims to the mini minnows. They have a number of programs that they have. The pool has also picked up on summer programs in the last few years. So there are summer programs that take place. They also organize odd courses such as kayaking, water safety, boat safety, babysitters classes, scuba diving. So there are interest ones. Aquasize is another huge user group. So the seniors are a good user group for the Park Valley pool. We also have some of our special groups using the pool. They also use the fitness center as well in the Omniplex. Yeah, the pool is a fairly heavily booked facility.
And what about employees?
I believe there are 17 employees. Most of them are part-time. 2 employees full-time. The pool manager full-time is the only one that is not underneath QP. All the other employees for the pool are part of the collective agreement. And depending on the schedule, well, the staff schedule is largely determined by the number of bookings that they will see in the pool. Obviously, when we have to close down during COVID, all but 2 had to be let go because we couldn't allow any course to go on. When there was a partial reopening, it meant some staff came back, not all. And again, too, depending on who was allowed to come back into the facility, dictated how many employees we could bring back.
Are you back up to full?
We are back up to full. However, there are still some restrictions. This last round of restrictions where the REP program wasn't permitted through our council resolution, but we do have Aquasize and Aquapump starting up again because those groups have put together their own REP program. So we are almost back up to what we would call full usage.
And I previously referred you to tab 93. We don't have to pull it up, but that was the one that had all of the different little ads for programs that the pool and the fitness center had. So some of those are with respect to programs offered at the pool, correct?
That's correct. And there are actually some programs that take place between the fitness center and the pool. So and the fee schedule will actually show this too, where there's a joint membership between the pool and the fitness center. Pool also organizes the triathlon, but there was also a cooperation between the Omniplex and the pool to organize that event. Different events such as Canada Day are also organized by staff within the Omniplex and the pool. Family Day used to be organized strictly by the Omniplex, is now being operated by a nonprofit organization within the community. So there, again, too, there is, as I said, some fluidity between some of the programs and services throughout the course of the years.
Do you know the operating hours for the pool?
There are different hours. So operating hours generally 6:30 a.m. to 8 or 8:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. And then 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and 12 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the weekend. So one being a Saturday and the other the Sunday.
And is it accurate to say that there would be lots of provincial, or not lots, there would be certain provincial regulations that would apply to qualifications and number of employees depending on how many people are in the pool?
Yes, that's correct. So Alberta AHS and Alberta Life Saving Society are the two regulatory bodies for swimming pools, and there will be different regulations with respect to how many guards there must be per bather units. So I can't recall the numbers, but I know that it certainly did. I believe it went from used to be 40 or 60 bathers, now it's down to 40 bathers in terms of that number of bathers that you have. But yeah, the regulations have certainly increased. So we are required to have more guards on than what there used to be. I believe those regulations changed. Last one was changed 2017.
All right, how about the splash park? How is that addressed vis-a-vis the pool?
Splash Park was constructed approximately 2004. And again, too, with a demand for the public, by the public, for low-cost recreation. In this sense, free and is accessible to anybody who wants to use the splash park. The splash park is a recycled water system, which is fairly unique for small urban areas, but based on the work that was done to determine whether we go with a recycled system or just a straight flow through system, it was better on the economics to go with a recycled system. It also adds for extra bather comfort because a recycled system tends to, by reusing the water, heats it up a bit. And so it's much, it's accepted and received a little bit better by the public using that splash park. It is using the mechanical system that used to be the operational mechanical system for the old outdoor swimming pool. So it's using the same building for that mechanical system and some of the same operating parts. Because it is a recycled system and because it is chemically treated water, we have to have pool staff maintain the splash park. So again, the same sort of regulations with respect to the chemical testing, with respect to the application of the chemicals. You have to be certified to do so, so that requires pool staff to do that. It also requires pool staff to watch for any sort of standing water, because anything over 2 inches means that you have a drowning risk, and would then become a wading pool, and so staff would then have to deal with that. Splash park is not designed to be such, but if the filters are not drained, it can accumulate. And yeah, it's from time to time, grass and sand does find its way down into the filters. So the pool staff are also responsible for making sure they clean out those filters on a regular basis.
So the cost of any employee time for the splash park would then be with the pool, correct?
There is a separate allocation for the splash park, but when we talk about the overall expenses for Park Valley Pool, we always combine the splash park into it, but there is a separate coding for the splash park.
So that would include equipment, maintenance, and staff is dealt with that way.
That's correct.
And what about the new Aquatic Center?
So the new Aquatic Center has been a wish and a need from the greater community for quite some time. When I say greater community, I include more than just the town of Drayton Valley. And this project only started in terms of any real traction in 2012, but it had been on the radar from the time when I first started in Drayton Valley 21 years ago. So it goes back quite some way, but the new Aquatic Center is under construction, started in April of this year. And we are anticipating that come October of next year, the new Aquatic Center will be open to the public. It features an 8-lane competition pool, 25 meters, but 8 lanes. A leisure pool, which includes a number of spray features. A lazy river. I'm not too sure if everybody knows what a lazy river is. I need to explain it.
I'm going to assume everybody knows what a lazy river.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It includes a multi-purpose room, a steam room, a whirlpool. It has the provisions for a future water slide. It will have an indoor climbing wall. It has 3 change rooms, 1 for men, 1 for women, and 1 is a universal change room, which of course shower facilities as well as change facilities. A separate guard room, has a large pool storage area. It has all of the administration areas, so your front reception, your pool manager's office, separate office, and a lifeguard room where the lifeguards can do their lessons and mark up all of their lessons and their reports. First aid room, and then of course in the back you have the mechanical room for the pool or for the building, and you have your separate rooms for your soda ash and your chlorine. There is also a partial basement which holds all of the pool mechanical equipment. So everything from your Defender sand filtration systems to your pumps to your lines to all of the piping. Yes, that's the new Aquatic Center.
Can you give me an overview of the funding for it?
Yeah, hopefully I have all of this accurate. So the pool is a $21.9 million cost. And the fact that we're using an IPD method means that it stays at 21.9 million unless the authority changes the scope of construction. Funding commitment by both Brazeau County and the town of Drayton Valley. A commitment was made quite some time back for $5 million from each municipality. And then the town had a few dollars that were generated through a capital reserve for the Park Valley pool that had been established years ago. And I believe that was about $297,000 that came from that capital reserve. There had been an effort to raise some funds about 5 years ago for the construction of the new pool and through sponsorships, and we received one sponsorship of $300,000 at that time. And the biggest source of funding that we went after was the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Fund of 7.5 million, just over 7.5 million. That required 40% from federal funding, 33% from provincial funding, and the rest, of course, from local. The province indicated to all of the applicants, or the province of Alberta indicated to all ICIP applicants that there would not be any new money, that the municipalities had to use their MSI allocation. So the county and the town, after a presentation to Joint Council, agreed to use the MSI allocations. It did, however, mean that those municipalities, both the town and the county, had to reallocate their MSI dollars from what they would have normally planned it for, to be used for the Aquatic Center. So the town used 2.4 million of its MSI dollars, and the county, I believe, was 3.9 million of their MSI dollars. So that 3.9 million of the county's 5 million is MSI dollars, and the rest was new money put into the budget. And the town, of the 5 million commitment, 2.6 was MSI dollars, and the rest, of course, new money put in. We also have a cost sharing agreement with Parkland County, and Parkland County received our request for capital assistance funding for the new Aquatic Center, and agreed at their percentage, which is normal for our rec facilities. And that equated to 448,000, just over 448,000 coming from Parkland County. Since that time, as soon as the aquatic facility was approved to proceed, a fundraising group has been on a major campaign to go after naming sponsorships and donations. It's a changing target every time, because every week there's new money coming in. So I don't have the most recent total, but they have a commitment of 900,000 already for naming sponsorships. The group is also working with one of our swim clubs to go after a CFEP grant of $1 million. And we're hoping to hear on that $1 million grant application this month. So that is committed. So I've indicated all the committed funding as well as the intended funding. There is one thing I missed out. So obviously, if you add up to 7.5 and the 10 million, you're only at 17.5, plus whatever we had for the few dollars of cash from the capital reserve. The town debentured the full amount to reach the 21.9 necessary. So in total, then the town's contribution, including MSI, was closer to 7.5. Okay, thank you. The Brazeau Sports Park, can you just tell us about the town's contribution to the county for that? We visited it on Friday. Yes. Brazeau Sports Park, at the time that we entered into the cost sharing agreement to include outdoor recreation facilities, the Brazeau Sports Park was included, recognizing that it is one of the more premier ball diamonds and soccer pitch fields within the greater community. The town contributes on the basis of 50% of the operating cost deficit for that facility. So the cost sharing agreement just recognized, and the county would indicate to the town what the expenses were, and the town would contribute 50% of the operating deficit. There was a request by Brazeau County to the town of Drayton Valley for capital funding for the construction of the washroom concession storage facility. Oh my goodness, the number just went out of my head, but I believe it was $175,000 contributed by the town to that facility. 220 sounds. I think it was 175. Okay, that's fine. Do you remember what percentage it was of the total cost? No. Okay, it wasn't based on a percentage. But you contributed a lump sum towards the construction of the new washroom? Yes. Okay. So I see we're at 12:26. This is probably a pretty natural place for me to take a break. I don't think it'll be as much time after the break.
That's fine with me. How much longer do you think you'll be in your chief, Kelsey?
I'd say under an hour.
Okay. Dawn, any thoughts?
I wouldn't mind getting a copy of Ms. Dreesen's notes over the lunch hour. And I meant to raise this when we started, but did not. It would probably be worth council and the arbitrators' while to have a calculator for this afternoon.
Okay. A really fancy calculator or just
No,
a,
no, no. I thought by now you'd have already figured out that I'm not very fancy. But I'll be using source documents and some Jethro Bodine ciphering.
okay. Thank you. Forewarned is forearmed. So shall we break for an hour till 1:30?
That works for us, thank you.
As well, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it best if we just stay logged in and turn off our camera and our video, Madam Court Reporter? Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I'll call the hearing back to order, and I think Kelsey, you're going to continue with your examination of Annette Dreesen.
Sure. Okay, so Annette, maybe now we can talk about some of the background for cost sharing. Can you give me a bit of a history on the cost sharing efforts between the town and the county with respect to recreation and cultural services?
Sure, when I started my position with the town of Drayton Valley, there was already cost sharing in progress. But it was based on the residency of the individual, so residency counts had to be established. But there's, I mean, I won't deny the fact that there was always a bone of contention between the records that were provided and whether they were accurate. But we would constantly say, no, they can't be accurate. We're not in a position that we can provide accuracy. So they were, for the best part, estimates or the best information that we could obtain from the users. Because a lot of times we have to go back to minor hockey or figure skating or to the organizers of the horse shows and ask how many people are coming from the county, how many people are coming from the town. So we had to take information from what they were providing us. So at that point, it was something where the town was paying based on or receiving funding based on residency. And both administrations discussed the need that something new needed to happen. So that's where we went into an opportunity to say, well, what's the best approach? Now, 2007, it was still on that per capita basis. And that was increased according to the CPI index each year for that 3-year term. But again, too, it was extra work on the part of the town to have to establish what those residency counts were. And the point being is that we couldn't get the accurate counts that were being requested. At the time, it was actually the CEO of the county at that time who was working with the town CEO on developing a new recreation cost sharing agreement. And it went to, on the basis of how do we approach this, to one, go for a longer term so we're not having to go through this exercise. And it wasn't always a happy exercise every single year. And how can we establish this so that there is an acceptance of how we approach the cost sharing agreement? During that discussion, we had indicated that for the most part, there's a philosophy that people want to subsidize youth activities. Adults, for the most part, there's always some effort, some attempt to have adults pay their own way. So for the youth, if we are indeed subsidizing youth. Then the conclusion was made, then the deficit is largely accrued because of the youth being subsidized. And if that's the case, and we're looking at youth, and most of it, the youth using our facilities were school age, we went to the two schools. And we asked, what is your distribution of students between the county and the town? Because they had those records while we didn't have those records. And the public school said 49% town, 51% county. The separate school said 51% from the county and 49% from the town. So it was immediately a 50-50. So right from the very beginning, we went to that basis, and the municipalities approved the funding on that basis to go at 50-50, so that the town and the managers of those recreation facilities did not have to go through the exercises of trying to establish residency counts. So that's where and then it was also established a 3-year agreement, where the agreement would be based on the previous average deficit of the average deficit of the previous 3 years. So each 3 years going forward, the contribution from Brazeau County to the town, as well as the town's contribution to Brazeau County for any recreation facilities, would be based on the average operating deficit of the previous 3 years. Do you want me to continue on more with that?
Sure, keep going.
Okay, so the next agreement, so we went, I believe there were 2 agreements that were based on that 3-year, working on the 50-50 average. So 2015, and when we got into 2018, we did the determination. Now, something significant happened from 2015 to 2018, and that was the economic bust. And I will call it that because Drayton Valley suffered a lot. Brazeau County did too. When I say Drayton Valley, the community certainly suffered. And it wasn't so much that the expenditures were going up. Trust me, they are. Insurance always went up. Utilities always went up. We were going through a time where the nonprofit groups that generally booked the facility said, we don't either have the funding to book this facility, or because we have to rely on our sponsors, and a lot of those sponsors being in the oil and gas industry, we don't want to either one, bother them because they don't have the funds, or we just simply know that they will not, they will say no because they are not in an economic climate that they can afford. Plus also some of those service industries left, closed up shop. So it was a bad economic time. A lot of the fundraisers, many organizations came back to the town asking for grant after grant after grant and waiving fees because they couldn't afford to put on their fundraisers. And the town would simply refer them to the community events grant, which the town had, but also the county had some funding as well too. And those were always oversubscribed to because we didn't have enough in our budget to accommodate all of the groups that were asking for funds to be able to afford the rent on places like the Omniplants and the Mckenzie Conference Center. So obviously during that time, we look back at 2018 and we say, well, if it was based on the previous 3 years operating deficit for the Omniplants and the pool and these recreation facilities, the operating deficit went up. And significantly. Not double or anything, but it certainly did increase significantly. So when you look at having to go from, was it $870,000 a year as a contribution from Brazeau County to the town to now going over $1 million, yes, that's an increase and a significant one. However, those were the costs that we were dealing with. Those were the loss of revenues that we were dealing with. That's what created that extra deficit. At the same time, when you need an operator to clean the ice for 20 people, it's the same as when you have to clean that ice for 400 people. The operators are still there. So even though there were a number of significant reductions in the operating budget, there is still a level of service that we could not bring it down further. So in the end, Brazeau County, objecting to the increase for the 2018 agreement, based their contribution on the CPI index for the previous 3-year agreement. So I think that was around 890,000 or something like that. So in the end, for those previous 3 years, the town had to cover that extra deficit on its own. And it went anywhere from, 75 to, I think in one instance, close to $200,000 extra that the town had to commit to and take out of its money. So it became obvious that the 3-year average was not going to work because it didn't align itself with the reality of the time. In other words, it tried to go back too far, and it would have meant too much information, too much looking back to try and justify and interpret what that would mean. So the discussion was, well, we need to get together with a committee, and that's why the ad hoc committee and the recreation board after that was established to try and come up with some terms for how this recreation cost sharing agreement was going to work. It wasn't the only task, but that was certainly one of the larger tasks. So that 2018 agreement was based on that amount. 2019 was, of course, where we established to move forward. And I believe the 2019 was dealt with 2020. That's, of course, now time that we're in now with why the funding was cut from what would have been $1,046,000 to the county's cutback to go on a per capita basis.
Okay, so maybe we'll just go back over that and tie it into some of the agreements so it's a little easier for everyone to follow. So you mentioned that in 2007, that's when they changed away from users to usership numbers to looking at 50-50, right?
Well, no, 2007 was still on that per capita basis. That's
Okay.
73.
So 2007 agreement, that's tab 1. Bethany, can you pull that up? So that's when you were still using per capita. Right? And that agreement was in place for how long? 5 years?
3 years.
3 years?
Oh, 5 years then, because 2012 was the next agreement.
Okay. So then if we go to tab 2, is that the agreement that you just referred to, 2012 agreement?
2012 was based on 50-50.
So that was the first year that was based on 50-50 for the reasons that you gave.
That's correct.
And then the next, and do you remember how long the 2012 agreement is?
2012 up to 2018.
We will show you document 3.
2015 was the next one, correct?
There's 2015.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the next agreement in place.
Yes,
And the 2012 agreement and the 2015 agreement were both based on the 50-50.
correct.
Looking back 3 years.
Yes.
So a 3-year rolling average, basically. Okay. No, not a 3-year rolling average. A 3-year average increased with CPI.
Yes, but based on the previous 3 years.
Right. Okay, and then after 2015, the next agreement that was entered into was the one in 2018. Is that correct?
2018, there was no formal agreement signed, but the county contributed on the basis of what it had provided the previous year, plus CPI, I believe.
Maybe while we're here, we could look at just to document 5. Could you tell us what this is?
Our finance department did a calculation of the cost sharing agreements over the course of those years from 2011 to 2013. That's the basis on the cost sharing agreement for that agreement. The other one was for the basis of what would have been the 2018 to 2020 cost sharing agreement, so that middle section. So it shows the operating deficits for the Omniplex, the MCC, the pool, and parks, and shows it for those 3 years in which we would have taken the average. And then, of course, what would have been the 50% breakdown between the town and the county. And then the bottom section is showing the amount of contribution from Brazeau County versus what the town ended up putting in based on those deficits from those facilities.
And well, you said there wasn't an agreement in 2018. Was this information that informed what was actually paid in 2018?
It was there as information. I cannot say that it was the basis on which the county made its decision.
Okay, so no agreement in 2018, and then what happened next?
So for 2019, there was, again, through the work of the ad hoc committee, there was an agreement that was approved for 1 year, and that was on the basis of the county contributing $1,036,000. At the time of that ad hoc committee, the number was presented as larger, showing all of the costs associated with operating the Omniplex and the pools. However, some of those costs were retracted to come up with the $1,036,000. And the county contributed that amount for the 2019 agreement.
What do you mean that some of the costs were retracted? Like it was credited back, or?
Yes, I wasn't part of the discussions. It was managed through our CEO at the time, together with one of the county representatives on the ad hoc committee. And certain costs were taken out. So for instance, that was at the time, some IT costs that should have been assigned to the Omniplex were taken out. Some of my time, because that's the time that I was serving both responsibilities. Yeah, some other costs.
And then subsequent to this agreement in 2019, was there any more agreements between the town and the county on recreation and culture costs?
Other than EPAC, the Eleanor Pickup Art Center, no.
And you referred to the Eleanor Pickup Art Center, and that is an art center that is owned jointly by the town and the county, where there's a separate agreement which governs that, correct?
That is correct. Yes,
So
on both accounts.
that association or that building is nothing to do with the recreation and culture facilities we're dealing with in this arbitration.
No, not with respect to anything that results out of this, but it is something that we work collaboratively on.
So what happened in 2020 then, as far as contribution from the county?
2020, the Recreation Board started. So at that time, the ad hoc committee had just recommended at the end of 2019 that a Recreation Board be established. Both councils established a bylaw. So beginning in January, I think it was 2020, the Recreation Board met and discussed a number of things. One, of course, is the Recreation Cost Sharing Agreement. And in September, early September of 2020, the Recreation Board made a recommendation to both councils to pass a cost sharing agreement on the basis of the $1,046,000 as the contribution from the county to the town, And the town's contribution to the county, I think, was along the line of 9,000. And to further an analysis of costs to improve services. So there were sort of two parts to that resolution. And that was carried by all the members of the Recreation Board. The cost sharing agreement was then prepared, sent to both municipalities for signing, approval and signing at the next council meeting. Town council approved the recreation cost sharing agreement at their September meeting. And I believe it was just short of 5 days or 5 days after that, the town received a letter from the county. The county was changing its funding commitment to $58 per cap.
Not 27. So this is document 27. Is this the document you're referring to?
That's a letter that the town received, yes.
Okay. And then if we can take you to document 28, can you tell us what this is?
That is a letter from the mayor of the town of Drayton Valley to the Reeve and County Council addressing the cutback in recreation funding.
So this was the letter that was sent back in response.
Yes.
And what steps did the town have to take as a result of receiving less funding than it expected?
The town was already in its third quarter of its financial budget, and therefore no opportunity to change the budget. It was also into the operating season for the Omniplex, which meant that the rates had already been set for the Omniplex users. So they could not make any changes to the rates for the Omniplex at that time. And that would recognize not just for the rest of that year, but up to April of 2021, because the season, as I mentioned with the fee schedule, is established for that winter season. So the town couldn't make any changes to the Omniplex fees. They did make a resolution that to try to obtain additional revenues, they did eliminate the use of the employee fitness pass to county employees and their families. So the use of the fitness center or the pool would have to be on a fee per service basis for the county employees. Other than that, the town had to go back to its own budget and find measures and means to draw to cover the almost close to $600,000 shortfall.
So when you referred to staff or the town staff using the fitness and the pool, that was a benefit that was provided that was then removed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you happen to know what the county had budgeted for payment to the town for 2020?
I don't know for sure myself, but I was told verbally that they were looking to commit the same because the quarterly payments were coming on that basis.
So the 2 quarterly payments that you received already for 2020 had been based on the 1,046,000.
Ms. Thompson will be able to verify that information for you.
We could pull up document 19, Bethany, please. Can you tell us what this is?
This is in response to some requests that we received, administration received from the ad hoc committee, Recreation and Culture ad hoc committee. This was a compilation of information that would provide a report on not only the function of the ad hoc committee, but some of the information that was being shared and work that was being done by both administrations to address those questions. So it talked about how the committee worked in terms of its communication. It talked about what were some of the impacts that we were seeing within the recreation field. Some of the benefits behind it.
So it was prepared by the town's administration at the request of the ad hoc committee.
That's correct.
Okay.
Talks a bit about some of the revenues that we saw, some of the expenditures, the increase in expenditures, loss of revenues, why those occurred. Talked a bit about some of the challenges. I mentioned a bit about the roof collapse with the curling rink. That's in there as well. We talked a bit about governance parties with respect to a view by the ad hoc committee to look into different governance structures, everything from private operation to a commission to operational board to advisory board. Further down.
Do you need it bigger?
Yeah, just a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Financial statements, the ad hoc committee, a number of questions were raised. And for the large part, a lot of those questions were raised by the county representatives on the ad hoc committee. And in this report, you will see some of the questions that were asked. And so these are the responses to those questions that were asked, and they were asked to be documented. So this is that document. Do you want me to go over the questions, or is it adequate that it's just being shown here?
No, I think you've taken it through us. So it identifies areas, reasons why expenses went up, and it identifies reasons why revenues went down, and then it answers some specific questions. Is that correct?
Correct. And it also addresses some of the efforts that were taken by the town of Drayton Valley in each of those facilities to reduce the cost. I mean, 2015, we already knew that there was the start of an economic downturn. And you can see that some of these things started back in 2015 to reduce some of the operating costs. So that was not only staffing, but also making sure that we could see some efficiencies in some of the contracts. So I can speak to a decrease in the refrigeration contract. I can speak to a decrease in the mechanical servicing contract, significant decrease. Again, just finding ways to make things more efficient and less costly.
So that attachment one were examples of ways that the town had tried to save.
Yes, and these are just some examples of at that time. So for instance, within the last couple of years, the Omniplants has put together a new system for flooding. It's called the Real Ice System, and it reduces cost by allowing the operators to flood the rinks with cold water rather than hot water. So there's always a constant move by all managers to say, where can we either reduce costs or where can we see new revenues? And that's why things like the pool are always reinventing their programs and their services.
Okay, so you sat on this was as a request from the ad hoc committee, which you sat on, correct?
I was one of the administrators for the ad hoc committee.
And there was how many representatives of county and how many representatives of the town?
Two county councilors sat on the ad hoc committee, and 2 town councilors sat on the ad hoc recreation committee. And that carried over to the recreation board as well too.
So the recreation board was kind of a continuation of the ad hoc committee, but it was adopted by bylaw of both municipalities, correct?
That's correct, by both municipalities.
But the same
Two separate bylaws, but with the same wording.
And the same composition of members.
When the ad hoc committee ended off, yes, it became the same members. There was, when the ad hoc committee started, there was a town councillor who had started, but then he dropped off of council, so therefore dropped off with the ad hoc committee.
What can you tell us about requests for financial information and responses from the town during your time on the ad hoc committee and the recreation board?
It was interesting at the very beginning with the ad hoc committee. The realization from town councillors to county councillors that when we spoke about financial statements, they had a different meaning. Our town councillors only ever see the monthly financial statements. And it was through the first couple of meetings that it didn't become known to the councillors that county council receives the detailed transactions. So that was one of the first realizations that the committee brought forward. So when information was asked for, the questions that were just in that previous report, we responded with information and provided answers to that information. Quarterly financial statements were always provided to the county. There had been a comment that was made that the councillors did not know that that was happening, but it was verified by county administration that yes, it had been happening. Other information then got into information that even administration, we didn't have full control of. So for instance, there was a request to show the number of staff and what each staff member was making. And our senior administration.
That's fine.
So that was left with the CEOs to provide that information. The information requests and financial requests went through a number of different things. Insurance, we talked about insurance. We talked about water rates. The fact that the town does charge water to its recreation facilities. There are places in other communities where that may not happen. Insurance, can we get a third party provider? No, we couldn't. So we were looking for different types of avenues. When the county asked for specific information about the financial transactions, I think a lot of effort at that time was made by our council representatives to try and keep moving the objectives forward. In the end, though, there was access to all the detailed financial information. One of the county councillors did have access to a meeting with our finance manager for the town and received all of that information. I don't know if the staff information ever went forward from the CEO to the other CEO. I don't know if that occurred. And then with the recreation board, there was a commitment to review the quarterly statements when they were presented. So the minutes reflected when we did receive and did review the quarterly statements, the full financial transactions, the detailed transactions. So the recreation board did get to that state of reviewing those transactions.
When was that?
Well, that was in 2020. 2019, it was limited in terms of what I know the county had access to.
Why was it limited? Did they ask for it?
It's difficult because there was no resolution asking administration to provide detailed transactions as part of the ad hoc committee. Now, the question was always, can we see additional information? The town representatives would ask, if you tell us what you're looking for, what questions you have, we will provide the information to you. That would be the best summary I could provide to you of the language and the discussions and the communication that happened regarding financial transactions.
Okay, so you said the way you would best characterize it is, can we see additional information coming from the county? And the town would say, if you tell us what you're looking for, we'll provide it to you.
I would say that that's the closest summary. The county, as I said, the county representative did have access to the finance manager of the town as well as the CEO at that time, and did meet with them.
And when that member, as far as you know, when that member requested detailed transaction records from the finance manager, they were provided.
From what I was told by our finance manager, yes, they were provided.
And do you recall ever being asked specifically for something in a resolution or in a direction from the board which wasn't provided?
The only resolution I can recall that talked about needing financial information was there was a resolution asking administration to get financial statements from arenas and curling rinks for comparative information.
And who asked for that?
The recreation board.
Okay.
Or the ad hoc, not confused.
Okay, so one of those bodies
One of those
asked town administration to obtain that information?
Both administrations.
Okay. And who obtained that information? Did someone obtain that information?
Lee Chambers, who was my counterpart with Brazeau County, provided the bulk of that information.
Okay, so if we turn to document 33. Is this the information that you referred to? Oh, we haven't shared it yet, sorry.
It's shared.
Oh, it's shared.
Just like,
Okay. Is this the information that he provided?
Yes.
And was there any direction on which arenas he would obtain information from?
No, there's nothing specific provided by the ad hoc committee.
And when this information was obtained, do you remember when this information was obtained?
I think it was around June of 2019.
And what then was done with this information?
Well, the information was shared with the ad hoc committee and again was discussed with the recreation board. But for the most part, as far as this information, it was provided through county administration and the county representatives reported to the town representatives that the information showed that on average, the operating costs of the Omniplex was higher than any of the other arenas.
Do you know for the numbers that are in here for the Drayton Valley Arena, if those numbers are just for Omniplex 1 and 2, or if they also include the curling rink, MCC, and the fitness center? Do you know that?
The town did not spend a great deal of time on this information because at the time, there was a lot of discussion about whether this information was actually viable as comparative information. I do know from our finance manager that the numbers that were provided on those statements doesn't in all cases match what our final financial statements were. So for me to be able to say, does it include everything? Without doing a further look into this, I can't answer that one with full correctness or accuracy.
So you don't know necessarily what's included under.
We're assuming I would assume that includes both arenas, but as I've mentioned, whether it includes the costs of the curling rink, I would assume so, because most of those costs would have been underneath like wages and salaries for the Omniplex.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that the comparators on this first page with respect to the Twin Arena operating costs, the Panoka, Olds, and Rocky Mountain House, that there was no direction provided to Mr. Chambers on which municipalities to look at, right?
No, to neither administrations.
Okay. And that would be the same for the fourth page in, which talks about different rural municipalities receiving making contributions. Again, no discussion on which municipalities to look at.
That's correct. Again, too, the administrations were not asked to take a look at recreation cost sharing comparatives, just with the operations from arenas and curling rinks. But still none the same, this information was presented and was reviewed.
Was there a direction with respect to the swimming pool as well?
Yes, the information, Mr. Chambers also presented information on swimming pool operations as well.
Right, so did the town then undertake any steps to find out information along the same lines about operation of other facilities and contribution?
The town did not take anything further. There was, finance had just done some internal, looking at some other numbers from other facilities, but nothing was ever documented or presented back to the board. Again, too, I'll have to say that a lot of work was not done to do this type of corrective action, because it would take much more than just simply looking at financial statements to verify whether operating costs could be compared. And that was the work the Recreation Board was really working on and was close to doing. Because the last meeting of the Recreation Board talked about, yes, there will be, and there was agreement that, yes, we have to physically go to each of these facilities and spend some time to look at these facilities to find out what are the areas that we can compare. So a lot of time was not spent on this documentation by the town.
Bethany, can you pull up the Omniplex benchmark study by? So Mr. McBean, this next document that we're going to pull up is one that isn't included in the agreed exhibits. Can you please tell us what this is, and then we'll seek to have it entered as an exhibit.
What's the date on this document?
I'm sorry, I was muted there. This is a document that's not in the agreed exhibit list?
Correct.
I assume it's one that Mr. Wilson has seen, though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I've told my friend I was not prepared to have it admitted as an exhibit. And I think we're probably going to need a voir dire on admissibility.
Okay, sir, would you like the witness then to tell you what this is, and then you can advise us with next steps?
Well, just before we go there, you say voir dire, Mr. Wilson, you're not suggesting that people leave, or?
Well, no, well, here's the problem, sir.
You want to argue about whether this document should be entered as an exhibit at some point in time?
Or any questions be asked of this witness about this document? Yes, that's my objection. It would be my submission that this document, which was commissioned by the town sought opinion information from Russell Farmer and Associates. Mr. Farmer prepared the report and provided the report to the town, and there is no suggestion whatsoever that Mr. Farmer is coming to the dance and, to quote Mr. Brumlick, be subjected to the crucible of cross-examination. And my friend started off by saying she wanted the witness to comment on the benchmarks in this document.
I believe, sir, I just referred to it by the title.
No, you referred to benchmarks though. And that's content within a document. And effectively, my friend is having Mr. Farmer testify in writing without Mr. Farmer having to be asked any difficult questions about what he did and why he did when he was hired by the town to prepare this document.
Well, at this stage, Ms. Becker-Brooks, what was your intention in terms of asking questions of this witness about this document?
Well, sir, I was going to ask the witness if this was a document that she recognized and one which the town obtained from Mr. Farmer. She was going to give evidence on conversations with administration at the county with respect to obtaining this report. And sir, I was going to then ask that it be admitted as an exhibit, as a matter which is both, which is clearly relevant to the issues which are before you today. Of course, you're not bound by the rules of evidence, and I would submit, sir, that it's appropriate to have it entered as an exhibit, and you then can determine whether or not you, I suppose, find it reliable. I think it's clearly relevant, and take into consideration the fact that you don't have the ability to cross-examine on it, or sorry, that Mr. Wilson doesn't have the opportunity to cross-examine on it when it goes to how much weight you would provide it, sir. But this is a study that was commissioned by the town with the support of the county to identify other facilities which were comparable to the facilities in the town of Drayton Valley.
Sir, I'm going to stop for just a minute. And maybe the witness can step out of the boardroom so she's not privy to my next comments. I'm wondering if that's possible.
Yeah, that's fine. She can do that.
Sir, if you turn to tab 32 in the agreed documents, this is, of course, the Minister of Municipal Affairs hiring Russell Farmer and Associates to do an inspection under Section 571 of the Municipal Government Act. It is not a document my client engaged or had prepared. It's a document the Minister of Municipal Affairs ordered, accepted, and shared. It's a document where Mr. Farmer, in his infinite wisdom, set out a process for benchmarking similar communities. He actually sets out certain criteria for how to benchmark certain criteria. In it, he refers to getting the size of the town plus or minus the population of the town plus or minus 30%, size of the county plus or minus 35%, and then reaches certain conclusions in a report he made to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. In January of 2021, on a report commissioned by the town, Mr. Farmer doesn't use that benchmark material at all and comes up with something completely contrary to it. If Mr. Farmer was in the witness box, a competent counsel could point out the discrepancy between benchmarking in one and the benchmarking in the other. And the only difference is an interested party in this arbitration commissioned the second report. So when my friend ships me this document, says, do you want to have it as an agreed document? I told her, no, I didn't. And again, whether it's relevant is irrelevant if you're trying to use it as evidence to support your argument. Because again, Mr. Farmer isn't here. Mr. Farmer could have been here, and we could have an interesting discussion with him with respect to certain things in the first report that aren't in the second report. And my friend is absolutely right. You're not bound by the laws of evidence, but my client is put in a position of Farmer's two reports certainly look incompatible, and Farmer ain't coming to the dance to answer any questions.
Okay,
Or may I respond to the last comments by Mr. Wilson?
yes, you may.
Well, if I understand Mr. Wilson's argument correctly, he's indicating that because there's inconsistency between the earlier farmer municipal inspection and this Omniplants benchmark, that this one should not be included in. I think, sir, if that were the case, then neither should the other one, because we don't have the opportunity to cross-examine them either way on why there's inconsistencies, if there are inconsistencies. My suggestion, sir, was that both documents should be permitted in, and it's up to you as the decision maker to give the appropriate weight to those, taking into consideration the fact that you don't have the ability to question Mr. Farmer. But I also would point out, sir, we haven't yet heard from our witness the extent to which the county agreed with the town obtaining this report. It's definitely been portrayed that this is something the town went out and did on its own, and I don't think that's the case.
Mr. Wilson?
Well, the problem with the first document is that it's an agreed document. But with respect, it's not my document. I didn't commission it. Someone, ratepayers in the county of Brazeau County, petitioned the Minister of the Municipal Affairs to do an inspection under the act. They did, and they shared it with ourselves, and it was produced to my friend. The second document is retained by the town, shared with the town, paid for by the town, and there are inconsistencies with the report that Mr. Farmer provided to a minister of the Crown, not to me. And leaving aside the rules of evidence, it is a level of unfairness that is large.
Okay, well, if I understand correctly, this is a document that was obtained at the request of the county as part of its, I guess, study into whether or not what proper comparables should be.
Sir, the county had nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
to
I said,
do-
I misspoke, I meant the town,
Yes,
yes. And is it a given that Mr. Farmer is not going to testify?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that the document contains a bunch of fact information or alleged fact information, as well as some opinion and information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I hear Mr. Wilson's objections to this. However, I am inclined to let the document in as an exhibit, as a document received by the county with respect to comparables. And whether I give
Sir,
it,
again, you said the county.
I'm in the
The
town.
county didn't receive this. And I want to make absolutely sure the record is clear. The county did not receive this document in the ordinary course.
Right. When did you receive it?
In the course of this litigation.
So prior to the arbitration being commenced or after?
I think it was, in fact, the mediation process.
Okay, so prior to the arbitration.
Yes?
Okay, well, I'm inclined to let the document in as an exhibit. How much weight, if any, I'll put on any part of it, I'll have to decide at a later date. I am mindful of the difficulties of accepting opinion evidence when the person who is giving the opinion isn't being subjected to cross-examination. But without seeing the document at this stage, I can't really comment further on that. I am prepared to allow the witness to be asked questions about it and subsequent witnesses to be asked questions about it. And it can be marked as an exhibit on the basis that it's a document received by the town. And this time I've got it correct, the town, not the county.
That's correct.
Is that sufficient for your purposes, Ms. Becker-Brooks?
Yes, sir.
We can get our witness back.
Now, while we're on the topic of exhibits, do you want to just call this exhibit 1, or do you want to call the agreed statement of facts exhibit 1 and the agreed exhibit book number 2 and this number 3, or how do you want to deal with the numbering? Or do you care?
One for the agreed statement of facts, 2 for the agreed documents, 3 for Russell Farmer 2.
You're agreeable to that, Kelsey?
Yes, I'd probably refer to it by the name on the front of the document, but yeah, I'm
Yes,
agreeable.
yes, we will. And the name on the front of the document is?
It's coming. Summary report dash Omniplex benchmark study.
Thank you.
So Annette, we have up here exhibit 3, which is the summary report Omniplex benchmark study. Can you please tell us how this came to be created?
This report was requested by the CEO of the town of Drayton Valley. It was already underway when it was brought forward to the CAO for the county, and at that time, it was a transition period between the previous CAO and the acting CAO for Brazeau County.
So that's you?
Sorry, is there a question?
Is that a question, Doug?
I think Mr. Wilson just forgot to mute himself.
Okay.
Well, no, I think Mr. McLeod keeps using the master. I simply asked if the reference the witness made to Mr. McCary was to Mr. McCary, and I didn't realize the microphone was on.
So the study had been requested by the town CAO, but was discussed prior to its major push and completion with the CAOs during their transition time with Brazeau County. So certainly the CAO had provided support for this study going forward and continuing because it was already started. The report addresses questions of recreation complexes to determine whether there's the ability to provide updated information on comparatives and attempting to look at benchmarks from one facility to the next, whether that has to do with operating hours, number of staff, hours of usage. That was the intent of the questionnaire that was put forward by Russell Farmer and Associates. Okay, that's the purpose of it.
Okay. Maybe we could just go back. You said that the previous CAO at the county indicated their support for it before it was provided.
Before it was provided, yes.
Was that Jocelyn Whaley?
That's correct.
So the previous CAO is Jocelyn Whaley. And your previous CAO spoke to about this report that was in the works.
That was actually, it was recommended. I actually asked if the county head administration was part of that study. So that's when that discussion occurred.
And they indicated their support at that time through Jocelyn Whaley.
That's correct.
Sir, I'm wondering if the witness can be asked if she was present when the discussion in question took place, because it sounds a wee bit like hearsay.
No, thank you for that question. I was present during that meeting when that support was provided.
And what else were you going to say about the report?
The report, again, attempted to look at a number of facilities to try and determine whether they had the same type of venues, same type of programs, same type of services. The report could provide the information that it was intended to do in terms of providing comparatives. If there was one predominant theme that we saw through this document was the difficulty in being able to find comparative facilities or benchmarks in which to compare with. So the study looked at some facilities and concluded that while some of the financial statements were different, the end result was difficulty in being able to say comparative facilities or comparable facilities were available. Governance models differed. The age of the facility was different. The capacity for capital projects was different. Operating hours were different. So there were a number of things that the benchmark attempted to do, but found in reality couldn't do because of the differences from one facility to the next. And I know that there was some criticism from the county that a lot of these facilities were too extreme in terms of the venues that were in each of these complexes. And yes, if we take a look at the Tri-Leisure Center, yeah, that's very different from what we have within the Omniplex. But what the study attempted to do is to try and find some benchmarks that we could look at as comparatives.
Who identified the 5 benchmarks that are in the report? Was that Did the town provide those to Mr. Farmer?
No, Russell Farmer provided all this information. As I said, the previous CEO commissioned the work. I don't know if any discussions occurred between the previous CEO and Russell Farmer. But any indication I received during conversations with the CEO at that time would suggest that Russell Farmer produced the entire benchmark and the study.
When was it, do you know when this was, a copy of this report was given to the county?
I don't know the answer to that one.
Do you know if a copy was provided sometime prior to the arbitration being ordered?
It was provided prior to the arbitration being ordered, yes.
Or the mediation? Actually, don't answer that because the mediation is
Right, we're not
confidential.
allowed that.
Okay. Okay. Can you go over what efforts the town has made to work with the county on supporting or contributing to ECDC?
The Early Childhood Development Center. When it was first built, it was underneath the direction of the town council at that time. But before it opened, the town did approach the county, and this was at a political level, to contribute to the child care center. The county, and to be honest, the county has consistently said that the care of a child is the responsibility of the province, but the county would help wherever possible in helping to advance the town's cause by approaching any ministerial department with respect to funding and assistance for the child care center. So when the county denied putting some funding toward the child care center, the town council at that time made a decision that it would open up the facility for just town residents. That, the time between making that decision to the time that it opened was quickly, there was enough response from the public that the town changed its mind, because enough county residents made comments to the mayor and to the politicians about the need that they had for childcare services. So we opened the doors to town and county residents. Now, over the course of the years, I would have to say that there was probably at least an approach made either by administration or by the political arm almost annually to invite the county to participate as a funding partner to the child care center. Now, the child care center first opened off as what people understand as just a daycare. So in other words, a child care center itself. But within a couple of years, we established ourselves as a day home agency. And that meant that we could also provide day homes as an alternative to childcare. So instead of taking your child to the center itself, you could house your child in a home, somebody else's home. That person, as a caregiver, had to be in a regulated site, licensed site, and as well meet the accreditation standards. So we operated a number of day homes, and one of those day homes actually popped up in Breton, and one just outside of the town boundaries. And when administration brought this forward to Brazeau County, there was an acceptance by the county at that time to help contribute towards the inspections for the day homes, as well as a coach to help some of those day home operators with what their requirements were. So the county did for a couple of years contribute funding to the child care center.
So the county did contribute to the childcare center for these day home inspections,
For the day home inspections and the coach position.
but that was done through the ECDC.
Yeah, it's all underneath the umbrella because we were the official license holder for the day home license.
Do you remember what years they contributed to that?
No, off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. But that, it hasn't continued?
No. The childcare center, we dropped the day home agency because through the childcare center, we could not make it financially feasible without carrying 14 different day homes. And the most that we could ever attract was 12 day homes. So we relinquished that to somebody who took it on as their own operation.
So at some point, that contribution by the county ended, and since then, there has been a refusal to provide any contribution to the CDC.
Email.
You had mentioned that kind of 2007 to 2012, you were using user information to come up with a pro rata or per capita contribution by the county to the town's recreation and culture services. Do you have any recent information about user data? Have you made any efforts to contact user groups to try and get even a high level view of
Yes.
who's using your facilities?
Yes, the Omniplex management did go after that because in this year, starting in September, there was a 25% increase in the rates to the Omniplex ice with a rebate back to town residents. And in doing so, the council asked town managers or the management of the Omniplex to provide an indication of what that impact would be. So the manager for the Omniplex does have some recent information on the percentage of users from the county and the town from ringette, minor hockey, and figure skate.
And what did those show?
Top of my head, minor hockey shows approximately 60% of the users are from the county. And ringette as well. I can't recall. Figure skating, I think, still showed more from the town. I can stand. I might be corrected on those stats. So,
But that's what you recall.
yeah.
Those are all my questions for you today, Ms. Drayton. So I'm sure Mr. Wilson has some questions for you.
Thank you. Do you want to start, Mr. Wilson, or do you want a couple minutes before you start, or your call? You're muted.
How's that? Ms. Drayton, when you started your testimony earlier today, you made reference to some notes. Do you recall making reference to some notes?
Can you hear him?
Yeah. Are you asking about the notes that I referred to?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Yep, I referred to those notes.
Were those notes prepared by yourself or anyone else?
They were prepared by myself. I did have help from the Omniplex manager when it came to the questions on how old is the equipment for the compressor, the chiller, the condenser.
The author of the memorandum your counsel emailed over to me was yourself. Those notes were prepared by you.
You authored the notes. You authored those.
Yeah, I authored these, yes, but I had some assistance from the Omniplex manager for some of the details.
Yeah, no, I was wondering if anyone other than the arena manager assisted you. Now, we're going to bounce around a little bit, Ms. Drayton.
Sorry,
With respect,
sorry. You're really hard to hear.
It's garbage. Yeah, it's garbage.
no problem. we'll turn up the volume then. Ms. Drayton, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. So, as I understand it, there was an inspection report prepared by Russell Farmer and Associates in 2013 at the request of the municipal government. Were you aware of that?
This is the report that the minister requested on Brazeau County.
Yes,
I was aware of it after the report came out.
right. Sometime in 2016, you became aware of it.
I don't know the date in which it came out.
No, I wasn't asking you a date. I said 2016.
I don't think she understands her question.
Would you have become aware of the report at or around the time the document was created?
At the time that it was created.
You were aware of the report at that time?
When it was distributed, yes.
Okay. And you understood that there was an inspection under the Municipal Government Act?
I was not aware of the reason for the report. I can only conclude that based on what I read in the report.
Okay. And I take it you read the report then?
I have read the report, yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure you read the report in its entirety, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
You read the report in its entirety.
The first
read
time
all
I
of it.
read, the first time I read it, it would have been in its entirety.
Okay. And you understood Russell Farmer was and Associates was the author?
Yes, according to what is written on the report.
Right. And if I asked you to turn to Exhibit 32, could you do that?
The chair.
Please. And make it large enough to read. Before we get into the document, Ms. Drayton, you recall the document that was marked as Exhibit 3 was a document referred to as a benchmark, correct?
We end up putting that as item number 3.
Yes, Exhibit 3, Russell Farmer benchmark, and that was commissioned by the mayor of the town of Drayton Valley.
I had indicated that it was commissioned by the CAO of the town of Drayton Valley.
All right. Senior administration commissioned it.
Yes,
And you wanted to benchmark similar facilities in the province of Alberta.
the attempt was to find benchmarks that could be used as comparables in recreation complexes.
Right.
With
No,
arenas,
no,
with arenas
no, no.
being a common element.
Well, the common element is twin arenas, right?
Twin arenas.
And the idea behind a twin arena, and again, this is economies of scale, is you have one plant servicing 2 or more ice surfaces, correct?
Did you say one plant, sir?
One plant servicing 2 or more ice surfaces.
In most cases, you will have one plant running 2 or more ice surfaces, but there may be occasion where you have 2 separate ice plants because they make them now that come in skids.
Yeah, no, Ms. Drayton, I'm trying to get at, in 2015, we have the first Russell Farmer report, which is up on the share screen, and I'll get Mr. McLeod to expand the type on the first page. And if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph, why have you shrunk it down? Expand it, please.
That's as big as it goes, because
The first paragraph, in response to a petition from county electors, a municipal inspection was ordered under section 571 of the Municipal Government Act. I have received and accepted the inspection report. Do you see that?
Yes,
And if you look at the bottom of the share screen, the signature is Danielle LaRiviere, Minister of Municipal Affairs. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to get you to look at page 7 of this agreement. And I have to tell you, I think of this as Russell Farmer 1, but it's the inspection report of 2015. If you go to the 7th page, in the paragraph under inter-municipal agreements, do you see that?
What I see on the screen, yes, intermunicipal agreement.
And if you look at this first paragraph, a major area of concern identified by petitioners through the inspection process related to the level of funding being provided to the town of Drayton Valley through the intermunicipal agreements. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Petitioners from the county are raising questions about the checks that are being cut to the town of Drayton Valley. You would have understood that when you read that sentence, correct?
Yes, I would say that that has been a fairly consistent item.
Right. And then Russell Farmer and Associates wrote, the inspector did determine that recreation and cultural funding to Drayton Valley and the county's overall costs in these areas were higher than in comparable municipalities. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You would have been aware of that in 2016 when you read this report.
Is there a question, sir?
You would have understood that at the time that you read this in 2016, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And if you go below, there's a series of recommendations and there's a paragraph 2.2. Do you see that?
yes,
The author of the report makes a recommendation regarding intermunicipal agreements that the county adopt a process for due diligence regarding joint agreement that includes structural assessments, financial disclosure, and effective out clauses. I take it you would have had occasion to review that in 2016, correct?
it was certainly something that was read in the report. I read that in the report, yes.
Okay, and I'm going to get you to turn to paragraph 48. And I apologize, share screening is good, but not quite as good as in person. Long way yet, Max.
here we go.
That's it. If you look at the top of the first bullet on this page, the author, Russell Farmer and Associates, writes, Brazeau County does not deviate significantly from benchmarks in terms of per capita expenditures on general government protective services or transportation. The county is above the median on recreation and cultural expenditures. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I take it, Ms. Drayton, you would have read that in 2016 when you had the report.
Yes,
And you would have understood that Mr. Farmer was communicating to the Minister of the Crown that the county of Brazeau is spending more than the median on recreation and cultural expenditures.
I understand that that's what the report says. However, during the time of the study, the reason why I said that I only became knowledgeable of this report was after its production, is that I don't recall ever a time being approached to provide information to Russell Farmer and Associates to help out with the study.
Yep. Ms. Drayton, I'm going to get you to look at page 51, just a couple of pages further down in Russell Farmer 1. This is page 51.
Mhm.
If you look at the second bullet at the top of that page, Mr. Farmer is communicating to the Minister of the Crown that per capita intermunicipal transfers for recreation and parks are significantly over the average of benchmark municipalities. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I take it you would conclude that Mr. Farmer, in preparing this document, identified benchmarks, communities, or municipalities to reach that conclusion, correct?
He would have identified municipalities, but on what order and to what terms, I do not know.
Well, you know what? Mr. Farmer, in this report, tells us the inspector looked at 6 counties with populations comparable to Brazeau County, plus or minus 30%, all of which had a town falling within their boundaries with a population comparable to the town of Drayton Valley, plus or minus 35%. Did you see that?
Yes,
Mr. Farmer is telling you and telling the Minister of the Crown that he needs a county of a certain size and he needs a town within the county of a certain size before he's comfortable in identifying them as a benchmark. And that's something you would have been aware of in 2016 when you've had occasion to review this report.
I don't recall coming up with that same conclusion because not having the report given to me as a part of my duties, I did not draw those same conclusions, but I did read the report.
Sure. And then the last sentence in that second bullet, Mr. Farmer, when reporting to the Minister of the Crown, says at $142.58, Brazeau expends considerably more than benchmark counties. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you look, second sentence in
Sorry,
this
Mr. Wilson,
paragraph,
Mr. Wilson, can I just interrupt you? Which bullet were you referring to there?
second bullet, sir, on page 51, on
Is that-
page 281.
So the second bullet,
Yeah. First sentence tells you
yeah, okay,
Parks and Rec is significantly higher than benchmark municipalities. Second sentence tells you how he arrives at benchmark municipalities. And last sentence in the second bullet, he says Brazeau expends considerably more than benchmark counties.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Drayton, this is in the end of 2015 and early in 2016, correct?
I don't want to make any assumptions on that, sorry.
Well, if you look at the first page of that agreed exhibit, you have the letter from the Minister of the Crown, where you have a stamp of February of 2016, and in the upper right-hand corner, you have a received March of 2016. Do you see that?
Yes,
So I take it you would have received that early in 2016 at some point in time?
I can't recall when I first saw that report, but the other thing too is you had mentioned in terms of when those numbers would have been extracted to use in the report. I don't have any of that knowledge. So
Oh, Ms. Drayton, I apologize if you think I thought you were the source of any of the information in the first Russell Farmer report. I don't think that at all. But at least as early as 2016, there are people at the county who have concerns that they're expressing about the amount of money the county is sending over to the town. Is that a fair comment?
If we can believe what the report is saying, then yes, I have to accept that because that's.
Okay. And earlier you were, I have to tell you, Ms. Drayton, in your will say, there was a suggestion that the downturn was started in 2012. I'm pretty sure the downturn took place in the last half of 2014. And in fact, the price of oil collapsed on November 26th when OPEC failed to do supply cuts. Drayton Valley is an oil and gas town, correct?
It's one of the main industries. I believe my comment this morning was 2014 and 2015.
Absolutely. Your will say said 12 and your testimony today said 14.
I will say 12 because I know it's 2014.
But Drayton Valley oil companies are very big in the cardium play. Is that not the case?
Can you repeat that, please? It was
Yeah.
not.
Have you ever heard of the cardium play?
The cardiac play, yes.
That's the oil field in and around the Drayton Valley area.
That's correct.
And there are three major oil companies that are very large in the cardium play, correct?
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. Are there three large oil companies that are quite big in the town?
Boy, that's a moving target every year. It changes so often. I cannot tell you with accuracy how many large oil companies are in play.
Okay. Now, price of oil significantly reduces. A number of businesses in Drayton Valley supply or work in the oil field. And I take it those businesses were adversely affected by the price of oil, correct?
That is correct. A large number of businesses were negatively affected.
Right. Large oil companies have less revenue, hire less workers, less suppliers, and it's an entire ripple effect. 2015 was not a good year for Drayton Valley. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, and for a few more years beyond 2050.
Yeah, no, I'm not even sure we've made it out so far this year, Ms. Drayton. But again, what we have is at some point in time, you become involved with the ad hoc committee. Do you remember talking about that with my friend?
Again, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question all the way through.
Do you remember talking to my friend about the establishment of the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
And do you remember when Mr. Lee Chambers would have attended at an ad hoc committee meeting and brought you a number of comparable twin arenas that he said you should look at with respect to expenses?
Yes, we commented on that earlier, and I believe that was in June of 2019 that it was first presented.
Well, let's see if,
I'm sorry, your voice is coming through much more garbled now.
worst comes to worst, I'll switch to a phone.
Uh,
I didn't understand any of that.
It's almost like you're too close to it now, Dawn. You're overpowering the microphone. It's all garbled.
You're muted.
Ms. Dreesen, it's my understanding that Mr. Chambers attended a meeting in 2018 and produced information related to comparable arenas in Olds, in Pinoca, Lacombe, and Rocky Mountain House. Do you remember that in 2018?
I thought the date was 2019. I have to go back to the notes to find out, but it's recorded in the minutes of the ad hoc committee, the date on which he presented it.
There's two sets of notes, Ms. Dreesen. There's a set that provides numbers for 2018 to 2020, and there's a set that was attached to a minute in 2018. Do you remember the 2018 ad hoc committee meeting?
Do you have the document that can be brought forward?
Yeah.
Document you're referring to?
133.
133. Ms. Dreesen, I'm showing you ad hoc committee meeting, Monday, October 1st, 2018, 1 p.m. at the Town Civic Center. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it shows you in attendance. Who prepares the minutes of the ad hoc committee meetings?
I do.
So when we look at any of the ad hoc meeting minutes, they're meeting minutes that you prepare
That's correct, sir.
and circulate to everybody who's in attendance.
Yes.
And in the ordinary course, at the next meeting, the minutes are typically approved.
That's correct.
Okay, if you look at, again, we're in October of 2018. And if you look at the 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th page of that document, you'll see additional set of comparable actual operating costs. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay, do you remember a discussion with Mr. Chambers where he wanted to make sure pages 3 through 6 were attached to the meeting minutes?
I don't recall that, but I can't deny that it might have happened.
Yeah, you have no independent memory here today of a discussion with Mr. Chambers where he wanted this 4 pages to be appended to the meeting minutes.
I cannot recall that conversation, Mr. Wilson. That's 2018.
If you look at the 3rd page of these minutes, agreed exhibit 133, we have Drayton Valley, Lacombe, Rocky Mountain House. Do you see that?
Yes,
And we have over, and this is again 2017. Do you see that? On the top line?
oh yeah, the top, Twin Arenas 2017.
Right. And under the heading SAL, S-A-L, / WAG / Ben, we have Drayton Valley at 926. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if you look at Lacombe, you see 483, 639. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. And I see the one for Rocky as well.
Rockies at 678. And the average of those twin arenas is $700,000. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And at the top, your arena is $226,000 over that average. After you receive this information from Mr. Chambers, raising questions about the costs of the expense associated with your twin arenas, can you tell me what steps you took to investigate the expenses at Lacombe Rocky Mountain House in 2017, pardon me, in the fall of 2018?
This information was shared with our finance department. And as I said earlier, there wasn't a significant amount of time and effort just because of our time span in looking at these numbers. The information that the board, the ad hoc committee, had asked back of Mr. Chambers was to provide information on whether this included a curling rink, whether it also included a fitness center, whether they had a collective agreement, whether they had contracted employees as well as in-house employees, how the operating hours of the facility were. And Mr. Chambers responded saying that his information was gleaned from financial reports that these municipalities sent to him.
Okay, Ms. Drayton, I don't think you heard my question. My question was, what steps did you take to verify the information that Mr. Chambers shared with you in October of 2018?
There were no steps taken to verify this information other than the Drayton Valley numbers.
Okay, and with respect to the list of questions that you cited, were you pulling that off your memory of the mayor's letter replying to the Reeve of the county in October of 2020? Is that where you got those questions from?
Nope, that's information that I have as my own source of knowledge and experience.
Okay, do you know whether there's a curling rink associated with the twin arenas in Lacombe?
We haven't been provided with that information. I personally do not know.
Do you know whether or not there is a curling rink associated with the twin arenas in Rocky Mountain House?
There isn't, but again, I did not verify that information.
You don't know? You do not know?
Excuse me, but I'm still trying to verify or determine the reason why I should know that.
Well, your partner, who's giving you $800,000 or $900,000, raises concerns with respect to the amount of expenses for salary and wages, and brings forward Twin Arenas information. And I'm asking you what steps you took to investigate that. And I take it you took no steps.
The information that was discussed at the ad hoc committee, Mr. Wilson, and further into the Recreation Board, dealt with information of conflicting opinions as to what should be occurring next. There is no direction provided to do comparative of these numbers, but there was at the Recreation Board level a recommendation that the Recreation Board make a point of visiting some facilities to see if there could be an opportunity to take a look at better efficiencies and the other opportunities to improve services.
Yep. Ms. Drayton, when Mr. Chambers expanded on his list and provided to you the 2018 to 2020 information with respect to twin arenas at Olds, at Pinoca, at Lacombe, and at Rocky Mountain House that you referred to earlier, I'm wondering what steps you took to investigate that information.
I guess, Mr. Wilson, the biggest thing I have to say here is that in terms of the work on the Recreation Board, we took our direction, and for the most part, I was the administrator for the Recreation Board and the ad hoc committee, and Mr. Chambers will attest to that. The direction at that time was not to pursue any further information and verifying the financial statements for these two arenas. So in terms of if there was a direction by the Recreation Board, and especially from our town council, that I needed to go and do further work to verify the financial information, that would have been done, but there was no direction provided. And that is administration's role.
So your partner and your colleague from the county is bringing forward twin arena operating costs information, comes to the ad hoc committee and shares the information, and nothing is done by the town to verify if any of these numbers are accurate or comparable with respect to the Omniplex.
If I might not necessarily say on the contrary, the ad hoc committee requested of Mr. Chambers verification by the county of what was included in these numbers.
Okay.
So the onus.
Ms.
So again,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
No, she can finish her.
Ms. Drayton, I understand you saying, Mr. Chambers, bring more. And I'm wondering, did you bring anything in the face of the information brought forward? Was there something unique about the recreational facility at Drayton Valley that was unlike every arena in the province of Alberta?
Is there something unique about that facility?
Yes.
I would say it's unique to every facility. Every facility is unique to its own.
Okay. Let's now turn to the document I didn't like which is Russ Farmer 2. Chelsea, do you have a exhibit 3 there that you can provide to the witness?
Yeah, we can screen share that.
I wonder if we might just hold off for 1 second. I want to bring that document up on my own separate system as well.
Okay.
And I note that it's 3:20. How's the court reporter doing for a break? Are you fine to keep going or?
Yeah, I'm okay. Excuse me, I'm okay to keep going.
Everybody else is fine?
So why don't I do about 10 minutes on the Farmer 2, and we can take the afternoon break.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Drayton, did you speak with Mr. Farmer with respect to the preparation of this document?
The CEO for the town spoke with Mr. Farmer, the document.
Yeah, no, Ms. Drayton,
I did not speak to Mr. Farmer with respect to the purpose of the study. What I
yeah,
spoke,
no,
okay,
I'm being very precise. I asked you if you spoke with Mr. Farmer. I don't want to know what somebody else told you, he said to Mr. Farmer. I want to know your knowledge.
okay. So I want to be clear on this, because I spoke to Mr. Farmer, but only after his report had been initially produced.
Finished,
Okay.
finished. His report was finished and shared, and then you spoke to him.
Correct.
Okay. At no time did you or anyone to your knowledge share with Mr. Farmer, Mr. Chambers' concern that Olds, Panoka, Lacombe, Rocky Mountain House may be appropriate comparables that he may want to look at?
I believe that the CEO our previous CEO had shared that information. Again, this is only with a discussion I had with the CEO. By that discussion, I can only deduce that Mr. Farmer knew about the information that we had gathered through Lee Chambers. But I cannot verify that in absolute.
Yeah, Mrs. Dressen, we'll try it this way. Did you hear the CAO speak with Mr. Farmer?
No,
Did you see what information was imparted by the CAO to Mr. Farmer?
only by way of a letter outlining the terms of the contract.
Has that document been produced, Ms. Dreesen?
Not to my knowledge. And again, this was after the report had been produced. That's the first I saw of that.
So you're referring to a discussion you did not participate in, an email sending documents you were not party to, and the report was prepared before you saw anything.
I was aware that the Omniplants had been asked to send some information to Russell Farmer. I'm aware of that.
Okay. In looking at Russell Farmer 2, Exhibit 3, did you see Russell Farmer and Associates make any reference to the Twin Arena at Olds?
I don't believe it's in that report. We can go
Okay,
refer to that report. He does identify which facilities, municipalities.
Yeah. Do you know whether or not in Russell Farmer 2, the Exhibit 3, Russell Farmer and Associates makes any reference to the Twin Arena at Pinoka?
No, it's not in there.
Do you know if he made any reference to Rocky Mountain House and its twin arenas?
No,
Lacombe?
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
Lacombe?
Lacombe? No,
Okay. So to the extent that Mr. Chambers is raising concerns in October of 2018 and with the last exhibit we looked at with the 5 comparables, none of that information was referred to in Russell Farmer 2 Exhibit 3 to your knowledge.
according to this report, it's not in the report, but I cannot determine whether he spoke to any of those municipalities. I don't have that information.
Well, Ms. Drayton, when you looked at the table we have here where Russell Farmer and Associates has used chosen comparables, do you see that?
Yes,
And he's got a number of towns. Do you see that?
yes,
I take it you'll agree with me that the town of Athabasca is significantly smaller than Drayton Valley.
I used to work in Athabasca, so in the summertime, it becomes very comparable.
So the population that he's marked down in this report that your organization commissioned, identifying the population at 2965, you think is comparable to Drayton Valley?
Population, as it's stated there, is the urban population for sure. But when I was, sorry, and I didn't mean to make light of this, but in the summertime, the Athabasca community increases in size significantly. There are,
We don't need to have any population increase for the next one, Ms. Dreesen. Let's look at Spruce Grove. Would I be correct in suggesting, even with summer population increases, that Drayton Valley is significantly smaller than Spruce Grove?
yes,
And then if I added the 17,000 people in Stony Plain that might drive to Spruce Grove to access the Tri-Leisure Center, that brings the population up to about 50,000 people, doesn't it?
your math is correct.
And again, that's about 7 times the population of Drayton Valley. Correct?
Sounds correct?
Okay. Have you ever been to the Tri-Leisure Center at Spruce Grove?
Yes, I have.
That is a very large community sports facility, isn't it?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's not comparable to Drayton Valley. I had mentioned that earlier.
In any way comparable to Drayton Valley's facility.
Well, I think that's been our point all along, is that facilities aren't comparable.
Yep. And then if you go back to Russell Farmer 1, which at page 51, when identifying benchmark municipalities, Russell Farmer said he looked to counties with a population comparable to Brazeau County, plus or minus 30%, and a town with a population similar to Drayton Valley, plus or minus 35%. That wouldn't apply to Spruce Grove either, would it?
Not for population.
And unless you took the, as you say, the height of the summer crowd up at Athabasca wouldn't fit within that benchmark either, would it?
not with the population for the urban center alone.
Now, with respect to the Russell Farmer 2 report, did you, after receiving the report, speak to anyone at Russell Farmer and Associates and ask them why they didn't look at Olds, Panoka, Lacombe, or Rocky Mountain House?
I did not ask that question specifically. I don't know if the CEO did.
Right?
I
We'll
just
take
want
a
to-
afternoon break, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, can I just qualify that the contract was between the CEO and Russell Farmer, so I really had no license to communicate with Mr. Farmer?
Oh, Ms. Dreesen, I'm going to be arguing that your evidence of what happened between the CAO and Mr. Farmer is supposition on your part. So I understand what you're saying. I'm wondering if we might take the afternoon break, sir.
That's fine. 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
10 minutes is fine.
Madam Court Reporter? 10? Okay. See you in 10.
Okay, ready to deliver B?
Is everybody ready to go?
Yep,
Alrighty, Mr. Wilson, did you want to continue?
yep. Ms. Drayton, it's my understanding that as at 2016, and I'm referring to you as Drayton Valley, knew there were representatives of the county who had questions about how much they were being asked to pay. And we're also raising some questions about the quality of the accounting information that was being made available to them. Is that a fair comment?
I'll break that down into two questions. One is from the Russell Farmer report, that would have been first recognition of concerns respecting what is alleged to be petitioners upset about the recreation funding. As far as questions on the validity of that information, that only came about during the time of the ad hoc committee. So
Okay.
that was not in 2016.
Okay, so we'll go back to my question. In 2016, you were aware that the county was questioning how much? And during the currency of the ad hoc committee, the quality or quantity of the accounting records also became an issue.
Starting in 2018.
Didn't the ad hoc committee come into being in 2018?
That's correct. That's
Yeah.
why I said
So-
not, so that's why I broke it down in two, Mr. Wilson, was.
Yep.
Yeah.
16,
That's right.
how
2016,
much?
And then 2018 in terms of the questions from the county representatives on the ad hoc committee with respect to the validity of the reports.
Right. And it all culminated in September of 2020 when the recommendation comes from the committee to pay as to the amount that county is going to pay. And the county leaves and comes back and says, here's $454,000, right?
The letter, yes, on the basis of that $58 per
Right.
capita.
Well, no, and your counsel was quite right to say the committee unanimously recommended that the amount was okay.
That was the recommendation, yeah, unanimous.
But there is no suggestion whatsoever that the committee had any ability to bind counsel, correct?
It's an advisory committee. And the mandate was to provide recommendations, however, to both councils.
Right. And you also were aware that Mr. Chambers has just submitted the second set of numbers identifying Olds, Lacombe, Pinoca, Rocky Mountain House for the time period 2018 through 2020. And they go to a council meeting and the letter sending their contribution for 2020 is a surprise to town council, correct?
Yes, it was a surprise to town council based on the Recreation Board recommendation and the work of the Recreation Board. The Recreation Board had also made recommendations to view and to go and tour other recreation facilities. The Recreation Board also made recommendations that the two finance managers from the two municipalities would meet on a regular basis, and that the Recreation Board would review the quarterly financial statements, the detailed transactions, every time that quarterly report came up.
Right. In 2019, the town changed its policy as to what information they were prepared to share with the county, and they moved to a model that was much more transparent?
It was the first time that the town shared the detailed transactions. Prior to that, it was the quarterly financial statements.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of the mayor's letter where he makes reference to transparency with additional accounting records.
That would create additional transparency by sharing the detailed transactions. That would be
Right.
additional transparency.
And that's what the town was prepared to do at the end of 2019.
Yes,
Now,
and onward.
Ms. Drayton, who is Jennifer Fancy?
Jennifer Fancy served as finance manager for the town of Drayton Valley prior to Ms. Thompson coming on board.
Is Ms. Fancy still with the town?
No, she is not.
To quote one of my law school professors, was it a matter of unhappy differences having arisen?
I don't think that's,
Was Ms. Fancy asked to leave?
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay. I don't think Russell Farmer 2 is relevant, but I lost that argument. Ms. Drayton, are you aware that Jennifer Fancy shared detailed trial balances with Mr. Swap from the county in her role as finance manager?
I'm not aware of that. I know that a recommendation had been made that the two finance managers meet on a regular basis. But she did not report to me, so I would not know if that occurred.
All right. Now, when before we move off this, am I right that Drayton Valley is about 145 kilometers from Edmonton?
I'd say that's the approximate distance.
And would Drayton Valley be about 120 kilometers from Spruce Grove?
I don't know the distance, not off the top of my head.
And would that be the two largest urban centers proximate to Drayton Valley?
Over, like over a 10,000 population, yes. Yes,
Well,
Red Deer,
when I think of large cities, that's all I'm asking you about.
yeah, Red Deer's further away.
Yep. Are you familiar with Rocky Mountain House?
The recreation facilities or the community?
The physical location of the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Yes, I am.
And is it about an hour and a half from the city of Red Deer?
I don't know, sir.
Are you familiar with Old?
Yes, I know where it's located in general.
And would Old be about 45 minutes from Calgary?
I'm sorry, I've not made that journey directly from
Okay.
Calgary.
And Panoka and Red Deer, do you know how far apart those are?
Look in Red Deer, I don't know the distance, but I know it's within 30-minute drive.
And Rocky Mountain House in Red Deer?
I don't know. You would ask that one.
Now, do you know the population of Old?
No, I don't, sir. Top of my head, no.
Do you know the population of Panoka?
No, I don't, sir. Not off the top of my head.
Do you know the population of Lacombe or Rocky Mountain House?
I could go to the report, but no, I don't know off the top of my head. Rocky Mountain House, I know is larger than Drayton Valley.
All right. And when you say the report, you're referring to either Russell Farmer 1 or Russell Farmer 2?
Yes, because those population numbers are showing, yes.
Yeah, no, I have to tell you, none of those population centers are referred to in Russell Farmer 2, and nor am I aware of them being identified in Russell Farmer 1. But I'm just wondering if you know the population of those locations.
As I've mentioned off the top of my head, I don't. I know that Rocky Mountain House is larger than Drayton Valley.
Do you know the hours that the twin arenas at those locations operate?
I don't.
Do you know if any of those facilities have fitness centers?
No, I don't.
Do you know if any of those facilities have curling rinks?
I've already answered, no, I don't.
And after you had occasion to review Exhibit 3, the second Russell Farmer report, did you have occasion to ask Mr. Farmer if he knew that information?
The only conversation I had with Mr. Farmer was if there was how much effort and what challenges was he experiencing in reaching out to more than what he had within the report. And his report did cite challenges in getting documentation information he needed in order to make those comparable benchmarks. So it was a very short conversation.
And you don't know if Mr. Farmer knew the hours of operation for any of the Olds, Canoka, Lacombe, Rocky Mountain House facilities?
That I don't know what he knew.
Now, one of the things that we did do, Ms. Drayton, is if you can look at Exhibit 49, could you do that for me?
Is your
Let's
associate?
read Exhibit 49.
So you're referring to tab 49 of exhibit number 2?
Yes, sorry, sir, I am, and that was my mistake. Ms. Drayton, Mr. McLeod has called up a document which I believe has been produced by the town of Drayton Valley. Do you recognize that document?
It's in the same format that I'm familiar with. I don't
All
know if
right.
the numbers are accurate, but I will take that as a document that was produced by the town.
Okay, and if we look at the document, it identifies on page 2 a number of positions. Do you see that?
Yes.
At any time prior to this arbitration, was this information ever shared with the town or with the county, with Brazeau County?
Not by myself, although this agreement was made as a public document. It was approved as a public document. So if somebody really wanted to go look for it, they could find it. If anybody requested it, they could have. I do not know if anybody requested it or had access to it. But I did not share this with anyone prior to arbitration. Or prior to the Recreation Board, sorry.
At the rec boards, did you ever have occasion to have a request made by Mr. Heinrich or by Mr. Chambers for the positions of the people that were working at the Omniplex?
There was a request, general request to share information on positions and their wages, their individual salaries, wages. And that's where I mentioned earlier today that that was information that was requested of the CEOs to provide. So that request went to the CEOs. And again, I don't know, I was not copied on anything if anything was sent.
Okay. And if we look at this document, can you tell me off of this document, what would the lowest paid worker at the Omniplex be paid per hour pursuant to the collective agreement?
Well, the position would be a part-time, but facility laborer one would
Okay,
all, yeah, that would likely
and am
be,
I right, the salary would be $18.85 per hour?
the wage would be $18.85, or, yeah. And that's,
And if I was looking for the most senior person working at the Omniplex Arena, the highest hourly rate would be $36.41.
yes, next to the facility operator two.
So when you were talking with my friend about people working at Omniplex, the cheapest person working at Omniplex is $18.85 an hour. And the highest paid person, subject to overtime, is paid $36.41. I am correct in that?
Yes, I will have to say that's what is correct.
Well, I'm just going off the documents your counsel provided me pursuant to this arbitration. And I want to make sure I've got the high and the low. That sounds right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And then if we look at Exhibit 42, and that's Exhibit 2, tab 42. Sorry, sir. You have that there, and it's my understanding, Ms. Drayton, that this is the labor and wage component charged for workers at the arenas, at the Omniplex. Is that your understanding?
The document is just coming up right now. Sorry, can you say document 40?
Yeah.
It's Exhibit 2, tab 74.
Okay.
Sorry, you said 42 before.
No, you're absolutely right. It's the second time I've made a mistake.
So we're looking at tab 74 of Exhibit 2.
72? 72?
74.
74, yes, sir. And as I understand it, Ms. Drayton, this document is the summary of the salary and wages that are incurred by workers at the Omniplex Arena, correct?
Looking at the tab, yeah, 7210 is the Omniplex and salaries and wages. That would be a summary. I don't know the time period that shows on this document.
It's visible.
There we go. Thank you.
Are you now able to identify the dates?
Yeah, period one would be after the end of 1 month.
And what we have, as I understand it, if we look at January of 2019, we have the total salary and benefit, wage and salary incurred at the arena is $65,235.26. Is that your understanding from this document?
That's how I read it, yeah.
And you'll recall when we were at our view on Friday, and we were coming back into the arena from the MCC Center, I asked the arena manager how many people were working. Do you remember that, Ms. Dreesen?
Yes, I did.
And the arena manager indicated he had 2.5 people on because it was a Drayton Valley Thunder game that night. Do you recall that?
Yes, as far as the floor staff, yes.
Yeah. And when we say floor staff, those would be unionized workers that are working in the arena scheduled on that day.
Yes, to work the Omni 1 and Omni 2, but not the fitness center. I qualified that afternoon.
Yeah, no, we've got and in fact, because we were standing there and I actually changed a $20 bill. We have a cashier at the fitness center, and then we have another staff member at the fitness center, right?
Yes, you'll have
On that day.
someone working the front desk and then somebody
Yes.
else for the fitness center.
Yeah, no. That's what we had on Friday of last week, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
Now, would the fitness staff be on Exhibit 2, tab 74, under the heading for arena, wages, and salary?
The only time the fitness center staff would show underneath that tab is if they're covering for a front desk, either because of an illness or a holiday, or
So
during
you're
weekends.
talking an emergency of some sort.
No, vacation is not an emergency.
Okay, so would they then, for the purposes of the union, be paid at the $18 and $85 per hour rate then?
Depending where they are with the grid. How many years
And
with the collective agreement?
now, the reason I went to January of 2019 and Exhibit 2, tab 74, is we have salary and wages of $65,000, 65 odd $1,000. Other than unionized staff, would there be any other salary component that would be included in that number on that bill?
Yes, there would.
All right,
The Omniplex manager
all right,
would be underneath there.
and who else?
And there is a facility maintenance manager.
All right,
A percentage of that individual's time would fall underneath there. And you know how we reported that we no longer had an operations supervisor? That's because we have a maintenance worker that has taken up, again, a percentage of his time is also applied against that salaries and wages. And that's because of the work that he does within the Omniplex.
yeah, no, Ms. Dreesen, when I look at the 65,235.26, I just want to know who falls under that criteria for that month. And as I understand your answer, it is the arena manager and the facility maintenance manager. And would it be a portion of the latter's time?
A portion of facility maintenance, so again, I'm not too sure I heard this correctly, it was garbled there for a second. So the facility maintenance manager and the facility maintenance worker, there's a percentage of their time that is allocated to this category.
Okay, and the arena
And the
manager,
Omniplex manager.
right. So we have the arena manager, we have the unionized staff that are actually working, and a proportion of the facility maintenance manager and a percentage of the facility maintenance workers' time would comprise the $65,235.26.
I will clarify one thing. This is a 2019, so January 2019.
Yep.
We did have an operations supervisor. I don't recall when that position was no longer filled. So I want to make sure that everybody understands clearly that 2019, the composition that I spoke to you of right now is what exists now. 2019 January, I would have to go back to our finance and our payroll records to find out who was in what position at that time.
Yep, I don't think you're coming back, Ms. Dreesen.
Pardon?
Did you or anyone at the town of Drayton Valley tell anyone at the county that they were being charged for the arena manager, a portion of the facility maintenance manager, and a proportion of the facility maintenance workers' time on a monthly basis?
If I understand the question, you're asking me if the town informed the county that that is how the charges were being laid out, then no, it was not. Simply on the basis of the town, well, I guess has never done that, and has the right to operate the facility. I don't know
Well,
the
no.
better answer to that question.
Well, no, we know from 2016, the county is concerned about expenses. We know that the ad hoc committee is set up and Mr. Chambers is bringing forward information that looks expenses are high. And we know that no one has ever shared the positional description or hourly rate with anyone from the county. And I'm wondering if anybody ever told us what the salary going into the arena was for everybody.
No, that information was not discussed at the ad hoc, the Recreation Board, or in the joint initiatives meeting between Lee Chambers and myself. But also, we didn't share information either about how we were reducing costs by not having an operations supervisor, instead hiring somebody with qualifications as an electrician who was then able to not just simply deal with the operations supervisors, some of that responsibilities, but also the costs related to having 1 to 2 electricians come into the facility. So I guess there's 2 sides to this in terms of how we approach things and how facility managers manage. I think the biggest thing to understand is that everything is done with an understanding that we're using taxpayers' dollars on both sides, not just the town, but the counties as well. And there is a constant monthly reminder during staff meetings about how we can improve services, number one, how we can reduce expenditures, and what can we do to gain additional revenues, and the marketing and the promotion that comes behind that.
Ms. Dreesen, I'm going to suggest to you, your partner is paying 1/2 of the shortfall on your operations and is raising concerns, and at no time were they ever advised as to all of the charges that went into salary and wages at any time prior to September 21st of 2020, correct?
Detailed transactions would have been provided for that last quarter in 2019.
And Ms. Drayton, do you have a car allowance?
Yes, and part of that was contributed to the Omniplex expense. And as soon as I
I'm
no
sorry.
longer had any, as soon as I had no longer any responsibility to do with the Omniplex, it was discontinued.
If you can look at agreed document 45. Do you want to pull it up a little higher, Mr. McLeod? A little higher? You're going lower? Ms. Dressen, it's my understanding that for a period of time in January, February, April, May, June, July,
John, what,
in fact, I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong page. We have a variety of charges with respect to the arena, and we also have some charges with respect to the pool financials. And they all relate, as I understand it, to your car allowance. Do you know what your car allowance was in 2019?
Can you show us where this is? Because we flipped back between two documents and I'd like to see where this is.
Sure, for the pool, we'll go to page 923 on agreed document 45. And if you want, I'm going to say about middle of the page, January 2019, car allowance. Do you see that, Ms. Dressen?
See it in the middle one?
Yes,
And then immediately below that, we have February 2019 car allowance. Do you see that?
yes, I do.
And then if we go down about, I'm sorry, about an inch and a half, we have the March car allowance. And a half inch below that, we have the April car allowance. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we turn over to the next page, which is marked as page 924, there are 3 identified charges for May, June, and July for your car allowance. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, that was being charged to the pool financials for 2019, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Dreesen, did this level of detail had not been produced until it was ordered to be produced in this litigation, correct?
It was produced prior to this litigation.
Are you talking about the quarterly financials?
The detailed financials, the Recreation Board reviewed the detailed transactions from the last
Okay.
quarter of 2019 to September of 2020.
All right, you believe Mr. Chambers and Mr. Heinrich reviewed document 923 and 924 and was aware you had 7 charges for your car allowance charged to the pool.
What are the dates of those 2 documents, please?
It's a document in front of you.
Could I have Mr. McLeod expand that document so that we can actually read the printing on it?
Yep. And Ms.,
End of 2000.
well, can you blow it up?
Yeah, it'll be the rest. 20 to 24 is the
Yeah,
budget.
blow it up.
I think if you maximize your screen, maybe. There you go.
Is that better, sir?
Is that better, sir?
Can you make it a little bigger? That's better. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Drayton, you indicated that these documents had been shared with one of the committees, either the ad hoc or the rec board. But if you look at the bottom lower left-hand corner of the document was created by someone named Thompson on September 16th of 2021 at about 7 o'clock at night. Did you see that?
Yeah, she produced, so basically just drawing off those records. I would imagine that's what that refers to.
Yeah,
I'll
that
verify.
was in response to a direction from the arbitrator. Now, I'd like you to now look at page 531 and 532. .42. There are a number of car allowance charges. One is identified as March 2019 car allowance, an April 2019 car allowance, and May 2019 car allowance, and June 2019 car allowance, and over on 532, we have the July and August car allowance in your name. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
Now, Ms. Dressen, Mr. McLeod can bounce back to 923 if you would like, but I can tell you 531 has a March 2019 car allowance, and 923 has a March 2019 car allowance. Do you know why that the pool and the arena would be receiving each one car allowance charge for March of 2019?
Yes, I've reviewed the financial statements, and the information that I have from the finance department is that the allocation of my car allowance would be allocated to where it was spent. So with the amount of time that I spent at the pool and at the Omniplants, Treasury felt justified in splitting the car allowance between those facilities. Also at the time, I spent a fair amount of time covering for the Omniplex management position, and also brought on a new pool manager that are required to train and provide extra guidance for.
So again, what's your car allowance charge?
Is that's not a secret, is it?
Well, no, you're getting the pool charge $95 and you're getting the arena charge $95. And I want to know how much your car allowance is. So I want to know how much you're charging to
Three,
these items and asking me to pay half of.
I was about to answer. I get $300 a month for car allowance, so the rest was assigned over to the community services.
Okay. So for the month that there's duplication, you're charging the recreation department 2/3 of your car allowance, 1/3 in pool, 1/3 in arena, and that's evidenced in 923, 924, and 531, 532.
Yeah, most of the mileage that I undertook was to those two facilities.
Yep. And did you tell anyone at the county that you were doing that?
No, no different than we didn't inform the county of other normal expenses that were attributed to the Omniplants or to the pool. But it was in the documentation that was shared.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna get you to look at agreed or Exhibit 2, document 23. This is a Drayton Valley Brazeau Recreation Board meeting held Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. Do you remember this meeting?
Off the top of my
Ms.
head,
Gleason?
not, but if we scroll down, I might remember some of the issues of discussion after I review it.
Yeah, no. If you can flip over to page 2, item 4.2.
As long as you need to review the document.
Now, does that refresh your memory?
Very
Ms.
well.
Gleason?
Yeah, very well.
Am I right that Mr. Chambers raised this item at the rec board meeting on July 23rd of 2020?
Yes, I remember this occasion very well.
I'm sorry, my question was very precise. I rarely do that. Did Mr. Chambers raise this issue at this meeting?
What issue?
Item 4.2 on the second page of Exhibit 2, tab 23.
This is the point where the auditor for the town redirected a capital expense from a capital expenditure to an operational expense. The financial report went out the evening before this particular meeting. And while it was noted, and I have my notes highlighted, but Mr. Chambers was the first to bring up a contradiction between the capital expense and what was in the operating financial statements. So the Department of Treasury had yet to transfer, but did transfer did the transaction to refund the county for the capital expenditure, because this was a capital expenditure that was approved by the county. And after the audited statement came from the auditors, the town's auditor said, no, that's not a capital expense, that's an operational expense, and had put it into the financial information. So because the financial report just came out the night before this meeting, yeah, I'll give full credit to Lee Chambers. He was the first to make mention of it in the meeting that next day.
Yep. The reason I asked the question Ms. Dressen, is it's my understanding that Mr. Chambers raised the issue at the meeting on the basis of detailed accounting records that he and the county received from the town, and they were able to identify the items in question because they were no longer dealing with quarterly statements. Is that your understanding?
Can you repeat that, please? I want to make sure I understand it correctly.
Yep, it's my understanding that this is the first time that the county received detailed general ledger information from the town and were able to identify 2 transactions that ought not to have been charged to the county.
When you say 2, are you speaking to both of these capital projects?
Yeah, what I was speaking to was the reimbursement of $41,770 because it can't be a capital charge and an operating charge at the same time.
That's right, they cannot be.
And the reversal was the county got a check for $41,770.
That's correct, because we had received approval prior to December of the previous year for that 2019 capital project. And of course, our auditors don't come until spring of the following year, 2020. And so once the auditors made that adjustment, that's when we were in a position to do the correction and send the check back to the county. Your question, Mr. Wilson, was whether this was the first opportunity for Brazeau County to see these types of details in order to know these items. I don't know how to answer that one. It may be something that Ms. Thompson may be able to verify. But certainly with respect to the capital projects, at the end of each capital project, I always provided the county through Mr. Chambers' office an accounting of all of the capital projects. So this one would have been the same in terms of finishing off for instance, the roofing and the code compliances with the Omniplants. So.
Ms. Dreesen, you're not an accountant,
I'm not an
correct?
accountant. No.
And you share the information the accounting advisors at the town provide you to share with the ad hoc committee and the rec board, correct?
If I understand the question is, when I'm asked to provide financial information, I do work with our financial manager to get that information.
Right. And we know from this item that Jennifer Fancy was the person in the accounting department that was involved.
On the town side, yes, at that time, she was in that position.
Right. So the person that you would have been consulting with in the accounting department was Ms. Fancy.
Yes, she was the finance manager.
And you don't know what Ms. Fancy shared with the county of Brazeau.
With either anything that she discussed with Mr. Swap, who was her counterpart at the time, or with Mr. Heinrich, who had the occasion to meet with Ms. Fancy. I
Right.
don't.
And to the extent that you say, talk to Ms. Thompson, she wasn't around at the time, correct?
That's correct. Prior to this year, she had been doing, and she'll probably speak more clearly to this, but she did have some contract work with the town.
So I'm wondering if I might take 5 minutes and go through my notes, and it'll shorten my cross. I'm very near the end. Did you say anything, sir?
As needed.
Absolutely. Take 5 minutes and, or 10 if you want. 5 it is. Thank you. Okay, I'll call a hearing back to order. Mr. Wilson?
Yep. I'm gonna again direct the witness to Exhibit 2, tab 23. Hello? Oh. Sorry. Ms. Drayton, we were looking at 4.2, and you gave an explanation with respect to you discovered it the night before and just didn't have an opportunity to raise it before Mr. Chambers raised it. Did I understand your earlier evidence to be before a meeting of the board, you would typically circulate materials that would be reviewed at the board meeting? Or was my note simply wrong on that?
No, I typically wanted to get the agenda package out anywhere from a week to 5 days ahead of the meeting. It wasn't always possible with some of the financial information because I had to rely on our treasury department to provide me with that.
But there was nothing in the package you circulated on the meeting in question on July 23rd where you identified this overpayment by Brazeau County.
I believe that information, the financial information, was circulated the night before this meeting.
To my client?
To the county, yes. Sorry,
And did you circulate it to the county?
I can't remember if I did that, my assistant or the treasury.
And when you say the treasury, you don't know what the treasurer did? And you have no independent recollection here today that you shared the financial information with the county of Brazeau the day before this meeting?
I'm almost positive that information was shared the night before. Because there would be no other opportunity for any of the board members, including Lee Chambers on that board, to see it prior to. So I'm almost certain because I remember being nervous about not having the information at the time that I wanted to have the information presented to the board. So I'm almost certain it was distributed the night before.
Yeah. Ms. Drayton, I'm going to put to you that the financial information related to this transaction was not shared with anyone from Brazeau County the night before. And I believe there's going to be a witness that's going to testify to that fact.
The Recreation Committee, that's who it would have been sent to because they would have been the ones reviewing it.
Yep.
Again, I will say I'm almost 100% positive this was sent out prior to that meeting.
I'm going to suggest to you that the material in question was shared by Jennifer
That's it.
with Mr. Chambers and Mr. Swap, and it had nothing to do with the board meeting. In any event, Drayton Valley Thunder, that's a private organization, correct?
It's a nonprofit organization.
Yep. And it effectively rents ice and has priority to certain ice times for its practices and games, correct?
For its games, the AJHL requires a confirmation from the municipality, wherever an AJHL team is, that it must guarantee that they will be able, that municipality can provide ice to the AJHL teams for their games. Practices
Right.
are negotiated with all the user groups to determine the best schedule.
Right. And it's my understanding from your evidence earlier today that in the larger of the two arenas with the track around the outside, all of the board advertising on that arena is given to the Drayton Valley Thunder for their purposes. They get to keep the revenue.
That's correct. Yes, they're responsible for the signs and they get the revenue from those signs.
Right. And in the ordinary course, any other advertising would be revenue that would be generated by the Omniplex itself.
Outside of the arena one, yes. So anything else within the fitness center, the Omniplex, the lobby, MCC, although there is no advertising in the MCC, but that would come to the Omniplex.
And at any time, did you consult with anyone at the Brazeau County about the board advertising in Omniplex 1 going to the Drayton Valley Thunder?
At the time administration was directed, this was a decision of the council of the day. So it was something that was directed to administration, a decision made by council. So there certainly no opportunity on administration side for a discussion, and because it was a decision of council, I would not be privy to what information they relayed or not relayed.
You know, all I want to know is if anybody picked up the phone and said, hey, partner, we're going to give away board advertising revenue to the Drayton Valley Thunder. What do you think? To your knowledge, no such conversation took place, correct?
Mr. Wilson, I'm not aware of any of that.
Okay. And were you involved in the decision that significantly reduced the Drayton Valley Thunder indebtedness to the Omniplex and the town of Drayton Valley?
I was not involved in the decision making. That was a decision that was, of course, a requirement of council. So I was not involved in that decision.
And were you personally involved in consulting with anyone from the Brazeau County as to what their views were on the debt forgiveness?
No, I was not.
Do you know of anyone at the town of Drayton Valley contacted Brazeau County to see what they thought about the Drayton Valley Thunder indebtedness reduction?
I'm not aware of the indebtedness reduction of any discussion. I'm not aware of any.
Wasn't you, and you didn't contact Brazeau?
Pardon?
It wasn't you, and you did not contact Brazeau to discuss it.
No, that was out of my hands.
Now, when you were talking earlier about the ad hoc committee and looking at a variety of cost-cutting measures, the main Omniplex, what are the standard operating hours?
Standard hours for the main arena would be generally from 8 a.m. unless there are early morning bookings, which could be as early as 6. And we'll go anywhere until 1 o'clock in the morning, depending on
Okay.
whether it's a weekday, weeknight. I heard you say okay, is that fine?
Would that be the exception, or would it be the norm, 1 a.m.?
I don't want to say it's the exception because it does happen on a frequent basis. Especially on the weekends when there are tournaments.
So when you're looking at cost-cutting measures, was one of the items you looked at cutting the hours of operations, maybe from 1 a.m. till 10 or 9 p.m.? Was that looked at?
Yes, that's always an option to look at, and they did. What the Omniplex looked at were the days, those extra days of whether it's the extended holiday time, like in between Christmas and New Year's, because the Omniplex is generally open for the majority of that time, recognizing that a lot of people are not in school, so you want to try and give them recreational opportunities. They did cut back a bit on some of that holiday time because the records would show that those days weren't used as much. And then, of course, we hit into COVID, so then that really messed up things. But in terms of cutting back hours to say, well, let's just stop at 1 p.m., unfortunately, everybody wants to have that time in the evening time. After school hours, we give priority to the minor sport groups, and it's the adults that have to take the later time. As much as they would love to have earlier prime time, it's just not available for them. Yet there isn't enough use of the Omniplex to demand a third ice surface. So that's why I say I don't want to say that it's the exception, that there are times where they do have to stay that late.
Ms. Drayton, you've already heard me say to you, I really don't like the Exhibit 3 Russell Farmer 2 report, because I don't think the comparables are viable. But if you look at page 6 of Exhibit 3, Russell Farmer and Associates, forgetting his inspection report from 2016, identifies the hours of operations of Athabasca Regional Multiplex, the Peace Memorial Multiplex, the Bonneville District Centennial Center, the Greenview Regional Multiplex, and the Trans Alta Tri-Leisure Center. And the only one with posted hours past 10 o'clock on the weekday is Drayton Valley. Everybody else is 10 o'clock or earlier. And I'm wondering if those are your comparables, why didn't you cut down your hours of operation?
Yes, there are a number of ways to answer that, Mr. Wilson. You've already noted that I or my administration did not delve into the other arenas. So I have to start there on the basis of saying that without delving into and taking a closer look at those arenas, it would be unfair of me to answer that question as to whether that is indeed that can be compared. A
Well,
lot of
Ms.
arenas-
Drayton, this is your expert that your municipality hired, and he identifies at the basket closing at 10 o'clock, Peace Memorial closing at 10 o'clock, Bonnyville closing at 10 o'clock, Greenview closing at 9 o'clock, the Tri-Leisure Center, which is a significantly larger entity, closing at 10 o'clock, and you're open 4 hours later. And you didn't look at that.
Mr. Wilson, when you mentioned 4 hours later, 2 o'clock is the time, the final time for the MCC. No event goes beyond the MCC. So when you look at our records that say, when is the Omniplex open? It will also take into consideration the Mckenzie Conference Center. And those activities, those events frequently go to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So when you asked me about the ice surface, yes, there are on occasion times where it goes to 1 o'clock. That's not consistent, that's not every day, but I would say it's more than just simply an exemption.
When you received Mr. Farmer's 2021 chosen comparables, did you tell him that?
I did not.
He's got a whole bunch of comparables that are 4 hours later than the people he selects. And did you tell him, well, that's not our ice arena, that's our wedding venue place?
Mr.
Isn't
Wilson,
that your answer with?
Mr. Wilson, I mentioned earlier that I did not have a direct contact with Mr. Farmer until after his report.
Yeah. Now, Ms. Dorison, I put to you that the Drayton Valley Thunder are not a not-for-profit, and in fact, were purchased 4 years ago. And it's my understanding that they have been a private entity since then. Do you have any information to the contrary?
We're also, with that, we had also gleaned information on DV Thunder as a private enterprise, but they operate underneath, in the arena as a nonprofit organization.
That's how you treat them?
Yes, that's how the town treats them.
Yeah. Ms. Dreesen, those are all my questions.
Wait.
And hang on. I'm sorry. One of the things that you have suggested in your evidence is that the town and county share equally with respect to having the recreational facilities. Isn't that typically true for remote locations? Like, say, an example would be High Level, an area recreational facility, or do you think it would be equally applicable in Drayton Valley?
rephrase that question? Because I'm not too sure what I'm answering on this one.
Sure. It's my understanding that you've testified to this tribunal that both the town and the county share equally in the recreational facilities that are supplied. Isn't that true typically for a remote location?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, but I'm still not sure what it is that you're asking.
Well,
If-
if you have, are you suggesting the county, when people drive into a Drayton Valley Thunder game and they stay over, those people are staying over in motels in Drayton Valley, right?
Yes, for the most part, if they are indeed, I will add a qualifier to that, but I'll let you continue.
And they eat in restaurants in Drayton Valley?
If they're going out, that would be the choice, yes.
Right. And if they do any shopping, those would be shopping in Drayton Valley stores? Can you think of any commensurate benefit that's received by the county with respect to the Drayton Valley Thunder?
I believe that Mr. Ballas will be making some comments with respect to Thunder, but I'm sorry, this is where the qualifier comes in. A lot of times, the opposing team for DV Thunder will come into the community, play a game and leave. So with respect to how many people then are staying overnight, there used to be some information and some stats maintained on that when Thunder was first starting off within the community. I don't know if those same statistics are maintained.
And I want to close with this. With respect to the town-provided recreational facilities, all of the decisions for staffing are made by the town, correct?
For the recreation facilities?
In the town of Drayton Valley, the decisions with respect to your recreational facilities are made by the town alone.
Yes. Final decision for who are the employees for the town rec facilities made by the town.
Operating hours are determined by the town.
In response to the community, yes,
Staffing levels are done by the town.
correct?
How to allocate things like car allowances are done by the town.
That's correct.
Ms. Dreesen, those are my questions. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Ms. Becker-Brooks, any re-examination?
We do, probably about 15 minutes, that's about it. Do we want to keep going or?
I have to pick up something from, I've got an appointment at 5:30 that I have to be at. It takes me about 15 minutes to get there, so I have to wind it up soon if that's possible.
Is Ms. Dreesen available in the morning?
Yes,
Yeah, she'll be here in the morning, yes.
Then I would suggest that we do the redirect in the morning, if that works.
Yes, that's fine.
Madam Court Reporter, that's fine with you? There's no point in rushing, and then you're having a car accident on the way to your appointment. So let's call it a day. In terms of scheduling counsel, I noticed that in the proposed witness list, I think it's been suggested that we would get through 3 witnesses today. Seems like we've only been able to get through 1. So it seems to me that we're behind schedule considerably already. Any thoughts about extending the hours or how we might be making up time?
I apologize, sir. Obviously, I underestimated how much time it would take for Mr. Eason. We've notified all of our witnesses that this has run longer and that we would, that's bumping them all back, and we would proceed in the same order that we had suggested, but really we wouldn't be able to continue until tomorrow morning with the next witness. I don't think any of the additional witnesses are going to take as long as Mr. Eason. And I would hope that we could get through most, if not all of them tomorrow, but perhaps it would be a good idea to plan ahead for a potentially a bit of a longer day tomorrow to see if we could get as much of the town's evidence in within the 2 days that had been allotted initially.
Would people be available to start a little earlier tomorrow, 9 a.m.?
I have a call tomorrow morning that I've scheduled this afternoon for tomorrow morning. And it starts at 8:30. I just don't know when I'll be done.
Okay, well, shall we say 9:15? And if you're not done, we'll wait for you.
Yeah, no, as soon as I'm done, I'll pop in here.
So 9:15 tomorrow?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank
I'll now adjourn this hearing for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.